Alright guys, hello live tubers, future VODers, early streamers, Twitchians, L-tubers, La Tuber Cockbrace. We're gonna get started here in a minute. Yeah, I put some information in the description on YouTube. Twitch is not as good at descriptions. And there's a little bit of information on the side of the screen, although, you know, it's a little bit light. We're going to do some more Final Fantasy 1, you know, specifically the Game Boy Advance Dawn of Souls remake, and super specifically the Mod of Balance mod that I've definitely played on the channel before. At least twice, 2 or 3 times, I think, actually. In fact, I think the save files some of them might even still exist, funnily enough. Excuse me? Oh. Hey. Excuse me? Suddenly my gamepad's not working. Figures. Oh, is it one of those things where it was sleeping? Hold on. The gamepad wasn't on when the application opened, so therefore it doesn't understand that there's a gamepad plugged in after it turns on. Just give me a second here. It's been a while since I've, you know, streamed or even played an emulated game here, so just get everything figured out again. Alright, let's try this. But yeah, I'll explain a little bit about the challenge here in a second. There we go. Okay, so yeah, Final Fantasy 1 modded on the Game Boy Advance. This is the one that has 12 different classes, and it's kind of a difficulty pack a little bit. Turn the music down a little bit for me. Maybe what I'll do is turn my headset down a little bit so you guys can hear it and it doesn't deafen me. Okay, we'll try that. Yeah, this is the one that has 12 different classes rather than the base 6. And they're pretty cool. definitely adds some interesting like strategy, and the game is definitely harder than the Game Boy Advance remake. Although I don't think it's as difficult as you know, the original NES game, because the NES game was NES hard. Yeah, I swear I restart my computer and then it... Okay, I think I might know what's going on. I mean, it's mostly the vanilla experience, but harder. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on with Windows. I feel like it has secretly changed my microphone volume, because I am seeing it close to red bar on OBS, which it wasn't the last time I streamed. What am I looking for here? It's like Windows doesn't update, and they're like, oh, by the way, you probably want all your volume settings changed. Same microphone, manage sound devices, microphone, no, of course you can't. Windows, so useful. Input device, you can disable it. Thanks, good, that's very helpful. Device properties. Volume, I wonder if I had it at less than... I think I always wanted it at, like, that might be too quiet, I don't know. Put it at 75%. Well, now I'm only just barely hitting the yellow bar. That's probably better. Okay, well, we'll try that for a bit. See if that works. I just hate it when friggin' Windows or whatever updates stuff in the background. You don't even know how it did it. Anyway, we'll see here. So yeah, mod of balance, you know, mostly Final Fantasy 1. It's not like vastly different. Same basic game, but monsters are a bit powered up. More classes, you know, rebalance of weapons and magic and stuff. It's pretty cool. For today's challenge, as you might be able to see on the side, we're going to do a solo class run. Not just class, solo character, in fact. So we're going to make a new game here. Yeah. And so usually, you know, you make as always, you build a party of 4 people. There are... Oh yeah, that's right. The selection screen doesn't update the images perfectly well when you scroll through it. It's just a bit of a display bug. But there is 12, trust me. There are priest, battle mage, ranger, master, like black belt master, paladin, ninja, archmage, enchanter, monk, sage, rogue, knight. And I did do a little test run with knight. You might have been able to see, if you're keen-eyed viewers, that I in fact did do a solo run of knight just to make sure it was possible. Just so I know I'm not going to get into a stream here that's never going to work. The knight is basically like the Final Fantasy 1 fighter for the most part, and it's usually the easiest solo run whenever you're doing these solo challenges. Hey there, Strange Mind. Also, hello everyone I've missed saying hello to. It does take you know, a bit of work, but you know, 15 hours in-game time, that's not that bad. So, with that said, I have to pick a class, and I don't want a pure melee class this time around. So... Rogues are just nimble, mostly melee. Monk are just punching melee. Sages are the... let me hold up my... There's a website I'm going to be using. I think it'll show up on the screen here for you guys. Yeah. This is the developer's website that made this game. The Jeff Ludwig guy. And there's a bit of information about all the classes if you're trying to see how they work. I think. So, I'm not going to be reading through all of this stuff, but I think this is actually outdated. Maybe, like, there's been a variety of different... these are not the same classes that we currently use. So, I think there's been, like, some updates, and if you want to see the actual up-to-date information, you gotta get to the 3.5 version. I know there's a page that has what I want to show. Just a second here. Yeah, change log. So, these are the 12 classes, basically, and it gives you kind of an idea of what they are good at. There's a bunch of, like, major changes if you're familiar with the base game. But yeah, the knights are, like, basically pure melee, slow fighter. I want to use somebody who's, like, a mix. I think battle mage is the one I want to go for. They are, like, kind of like a vanilla red mage a little bit. And they're pretty good at fighting, and they got a bit of magic. I think Sage is like all the spells, like black and white magic, and then like no melee or armor at all. So some of these are gonna be like pretty challenging to do solo, I think. Whereas I think like paladin, knights, black belts are probably all pretty easy. If I had to guess, I want someone with some magic, so I'm thinking Battle Mage. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Don't worry about it, Strange Mind. It's not because you weren't here that I'm taking a break from XCOM. I'm just taking a break from XCOM. It is pretty warm. We're just finishing our heat wave in Vancouver. It's supposed to rain tonight. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, without further ado, Archmage. That's the well, you can't see the picture, but as soon as I click one, now as soon as we get into the game, don't worry, the graphics will work eventually. Okay, we're going Battle Mage. Equal parts Wizard and Defender. We'll see what happens. Only one of these will be allowed to live, and we will get to our work right now. All right. We could pick random names. There are technically, names in game, but I can just take some people from chat, just for fun. Although I would like Zoc. Zoc was a good name. I don't know. These are all like secondary characters from the early Final Fantasy series. Come on, where's my Zoc? Zoc is gone. But yeah, I'll just take some names. We don't know which one of these battle mages will survive, so one of you will make it. I'm not sure how long I can, how many letters I can put in here. Just a 6-letter name. Okay, that's a little bit limited. So I'll just take some of the regulars from both sides. Also, it works if your name is somehow around, 6-ish. At least I can make it work. I'm gonna go one from Twitch, and I'll go one from YouTube. Again, very helpful if you have 6 letters in your name, or around that, if it's readable. Is there something like Barbarian? There might have been, but this Final Fantasy doesn't have like a Berserker or a Barbarian kind of class. Final Fantasy 3 is the one that gets that. The bottom balance, I don't think there's anything very close to a Berserker or Barbarian like D&D. Let's see, who else should we add in here? Always helpful to have a name that's short. Congratulations, David. Also, there's generally lots of Davids in chat, so any David could be there. One more spot. I gotta get started here, though. I can't wait too much longer. And just because I'm putting your name in doesn't actually mean you'll live, because 3 of these people will die. I will try to do it somewhat randomly, though. So, alright, let's get going. Skip the intro cutscene. This is our group. That's what they actually look like. And we're actually gonna not start with any equipment, because we're gonna have to kill all these people, or 3 of them. But we'll figure that out in a second, randomly. Where's my... Because we're gonna have a bunch of dumb dialogue here in just a second. Speed. I want approximately 4 times speed. This is a, challenge run. We don't really want to play it at normal speed here. Come on, emulator, what are you doing? Speed up. This is not sped up. How come? Turbo mode. There we go. All right. We have to go talk to the king. Don't worry about the story. We're gonna go get some light warrior, some crystals or lights or something. Most people are gonna die though, so don't worry about these guys too much. All right, there we go. Talk to the king. There we go. We're gonna save the game because we cannot let anyone get experience except for the one chosen one. There might be a story. So actually, this is not a very good fight for getting everyone killed. I want like lots of imps. This'll do. So we're just going to use some hammers. If we attack them, you know, we'll get some kills. We'll get experience. That's illegal. So I'm going to just waste some turns here quick, like I usually do for starting of a solo challenge run. So if you're at the bottom, you have slightly higher chance to not get killed here. But it's not guaranteed. And once, like, 1 or 2 people die, I'll probably run away and save again, because it can be difficult to get exactly 1 person left. Alright, let's go like that. Now we reorder. No preferences here, just we'll see who survives, basically. Alright, try this again. I guess being at the top was pretty bad luck, to be fair. This might be a good fight to get someone killed. Oh, the stupid horse wastes time with darkness attacks. Okay, there you go. It does do a lot of damage, though. It's a crazy horse. If it would just attack, we'd be fine. Alright, forget this. Then I run away and it hits somebody. Okay, 1 upgraded goblin. Goblin guard. It's like another spellcaster. So that's one of the things the mod does. It gives a lot of enemies extra abilities. Which, there we go. Run! Okay. You know, sometimes it's just how it goes. Like I said, getting it set up can be a little bit tricky at the beginning. And I could be killing. It's just my own personal rule. I don't want anyone to have any experience except for the chosen ones, so I'm not going to be getting, you know, free kills here with friends. This is the edgy challenge only. Solo must win. Okay, trying again here. There we go. Nope. Denied. It's usually not too hard to get one of them to run away, but, you know, we'll see. Yeah, the horse does a ton of damage. Drow dead again. Alright, who survives? Come on, run away! You gotta run! Alright, we got it. David, you've made it. We're gonna lock this in. We're gonna go buy some stuff. Seeing as we don't have any other friends, you can have all the equipment, basically. We'll see if we can find you something better than leather armor and a hammer, though. Let's look at the weapons. Very different than the vanilla game. You can buy axes, although they're very expensive. Usually you can't buy axes till the second town. Alright, that's fine. Nothing that we can afford in armor and weapons. You can equip chainmail, which is definitely what we're going to buy. That's the very solid armor for the early game. And heck, you can wear shields. That's cool. Okay, they can wear a fair bit of armor. That's nice. So what I'll do is equip the good stuff, the chainmail. I mean, it's 3 more than leather, but you need it. Money in the early game is pretty tight, so you gotta be a little bit careful. I don't remember what kind of spells you guys can learn. So yeah, we've got access to some white magic. Specifically only protect or blink for level 1 spells. But you can only learn 3 spells per level. Okay, so they have access to all 4 black mage spells. Yeah, this is tricky. So I can discard them in this game. In the original, you can't delete spells once you've learned them. You can only learn 3 per level. I'll have to think about what I want. Offensive spells are good. Like, all of these spells have some utility. I might want sleep early on, just to put a big group to sleep and slowly, you know, punch them to death. Mind you, just flat damage is nice. How's the MP? 12 MP. We're not going to be casting very many spells in the early game, at least till we get some levels. Protect and Blink are probably long-term the spells we want to give us defensive bonuses for bosses. But in the early game... I mean, that's the other way to play it. If you're playing a white mage, you have to do that, but we're playing black mage, so I think sleep is... Well, we're not playing black or white. Kind of a weird mix, but I'll pick up sleep for now. And I think I'm gonna just get some armor, actually. Because we're grinding. We're definitely gonna be grinding. And just having some better baseline defenses, I think, is what I want. So we got an actual shield, an actual helmet, actual gloves. 15 defense is solid for the early game, no problem there. I think the hammer is pretty bad. So his weapon is a bit on the low end. Yeah, well, 10 attack, actually not that bad. It's better than the rapier. Never mind. He'll be fine. Maybe I'll get him an axe later. Okay, that's our starting build. Let's take a little rest at the inn. I saved enough money for that. Yeah, it's definitely a hammer time moment. Alright, so as you'd expect, we're going to do a little bit of grinding. There's no alternative. A level 1 character can't win the first fight, the first boss. So we're going to have to do some grinds. This is like a good start, except the skeleton will be immune to sleep, probably. Well, maybe not. Magic. It did wake up from sleep very quickly, though. I'd say that was a good use of a spell, though, yeah. And we got our first level up, some HP, some MP, strength, intelligence. So one of the things that's different in the modded balance is, usually in Final Fantasy 1, your hit rate from your accuracy on your weapon, and you gain a couple points per level, determines how many attacks per turn you get. Every 32 hit rate is 1 extra attack. It is not like that in the modded balance. There's a new calculation based on agility and level, and we do not have a lot of agility, so we're not going to get extra attacks for quite a while. But our basic accuracy and damage per hit will go up just fine, and we'll have spells to give us other utility. So when I first played through my solo challenge, just to test it out, because I played just a knight basically, I did not have access to any spells, no AoEs or anything, and AoE fireball type spells, they make the mid-game so much easier. So I think it'll be worth it. I think this class might have a slower start than the knight. We'll see. Definitely lower damage right now. Seeing as I don't think I can kill this guard. I think we're dead here, probably. Oh no, we got him. Maybe. It's gonna be close. Oh, nice. That was a pretty tough fight. The purple goblins are like leveled up. They're like level 2. Anyway, that's level 3. We're getting there. Uh-oh. I did not mean to go that direction. Oh, man. So, one of the things about the modded balance, there's a lot more status infliction enemies. Poison, stun, etc., etc. They are very prevalent. And when you're a solo character, stun locked, sleep locked is basically guaranteed death. So, we're going to be saving a lot. I just got to get into the habit of it, like every step, basically. Should probably, heal up. Healing at least is pretty cheap, 20 HP for a full heal. What I'm going to start doing pretty soon is buying sleeping bags. They're like 25 golds, and they not just recover HP, they recover statuses. So once we're put to darkness or poisoned or whatever, we'll need some way of recovering, basically. Yeah, our accuracy is leaving a bit to be desired, but I think the sleep spell was the right pick for early game magic. Makes these basic goblin fights pretty easy. If I mix up the names, if you're not familiar with the NES version, I'll call monsters both their original NES names and their Game Boy Advance names lots. These were imps in the original translation, so that's how I think about it. I'm trying to decide when I'm going to go fight the first boss. Maybe like level 5 I'll give it a try. When a creature is asleep, they do get a lot less evasion. So if I'm having a hard time hitting something, but I can put it to sleep, that will definitely increase my accuracy a bit. So it's not perfect, but I guess it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. It's like having advantage on your attacks. But maybe not as good as that. Little wolf there, got another level up. So you can see our stats starting to grow. There are some random stats. The crazy horse is probably the strongest, yeah, so far. without getting into too much, strength just adds your physical damage. Agility is your accuracy or your hit rate and your number of attacks. Intellect affects black magic damage. Stamina is your health and some defense. And luck is like run chance and stuff and preemptive strikes, like ambushes and all that. That's the basic gist of it. They did get changed a little bit, you know, like the mod of balance balances some things. It changes the formula a little bit. I think, yeah, level 5, I'm going to move on to the next area. We'll give it a shot. What I really need is to be able to afford some healing potions and stuff. It'd be nice to have some more spells, too, but money is really tight. Like, these little fights with the goblins, I know I'm going super fast here. I'll try to slow down during the victory thing. But, like, I think we get, like, 10 gold or something. 30 experience, 20 gold. Like, it's not very much. So what we need to, like, win a boss fight will be some number of potions. We probably need to bring antidotes and stuff. I'm gonna immediately buy a few sleeping bags. Because I think we could beat Garland with evasion and defense. And if I can get enough money to heal up and bring a couple potions, I think we'll be able to kill him. Those are going to be the spells that I want long term, probably. As much as like the offensive single target spells are nice, they're probably not good enough. Like our basic hammer is not going to be much. The Black Widows are pretty bad luck. Our basic melee attack is not going to be much worse than a spell. Man, money is tight. What did I say about that? I can't even afford to go to the inn right now. Okay, those skeletons, they bailed me out. And unfortunately, we can't buy a cure spell. That would have actually been pretty nice. So if I ever play a solo challenge of this with like a white mage type, being able to cast the cure spell, we can't do this fight. Yeah, it's not worth it. This is where we're going to be doing resets, because there's going to be a lot of random encounters that are just not worth even trying. But yeah, being able to see, okay, so the crazy horse gets a lot of attacks and does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, we're immediately blinded. I think that'll pretty much undo whatever my blink ability would be. Oh no, we got him. 94 experience. No money, but that was almost a level up on its own. So I think fighting the horses is actually probably not a bad. I can sell them. One of the goblins dropped a knife. Thanks guys. You know, it's worth fighting the horse, assuming you can afford to heal up. 100 experience is great, but, you know, money. You know what? That was an ambush. Darked immediately. Let's not mess around with that. Unfortunately, resetting is a bit slower than the NES. NES, with the emulators and stuff, you can reload, you know, bad battles really quickly, which is pretty sweet. Okay, I've got 3 sleeping bags and a dream. Let's get enough money to go to the inn one more time. I don't know. Why did I even try this fight? I can probably beat it, but the poison is so annoying. Black Widow. Free leather shield, though. I mean, I guess that's not too bad. The enemies do drop a lot of nice stuff. I don't know all the drops by any means, but the modder definitely gives you some access to like later game gear sometimes by you know, getting drops. Okay, let's give it a first try at going to the first dungeon. We're still going to be killing stuff on the way, but I've got enough sleeping bags that we should be able to recover, depending on what we run into, of course. But I mean, these mass goblin fights are probably the best for just quick levels, because they only do 1 damage. The grinding. This is technically a different encounter zone up here by this castle. You can generally find stronger enemies up here. At least in the NES version. Alright, so this is the first boss. Right. That's the problem. Give me one more fight, because I have to use it. I have to use a sleeping bag no matter what. Alright. So, sleeping bag. The main thing I like about those is they recover your statuses. You can only use them on the world map, though. And they're pretty cheap. So here we go. Garland, the first boss. Usually not very difficult, but... I don't know. Blink gives me a bunch of evasion. Protect gives me some defense. He shouldn't be hitting us very hard. But we're not going to hit him very hard either. And he immediately just takes it. So this is why I probably need to buy potions. Oops, that was the wrong... I pressed the wrong button. I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat him. Now, in the NES version, you could stack Blink and Protect, so they would continue to, provide more and more benefits. I'm still not 100% sure if that works in the GBA version, or in this mod-specific version. I will try this time to stack up, like, 3 layers of each. It does seem like Blink stacking is effective. The random numbers are random, but... It looks like he can put you to sleep when he hits you, which is the real threat. So dodging is the most important part here. Sure, my damage is terrible, but if he can't hit me, he can't beat me. Blink strats in the NES FF1, if you had access to Blink, really was the way to win a lot of these fights. Yeah, we got him. We got him. We don't need any more levels. Nice. Princess rescued. Prologue complete, basically. We just got to get through some cutscenes. So this is something that actually might have been easier than on the Knight, because access to spells, especially Blink, definitely makes those first early bosses a bit easier. So I'm feeling pretty good about this guy. What he really needs is some area of effect magic. And maybe... There is a level 2 spell, but I don't know if he can learn it. Oh, he can. Okay, we're good. We good. Pain is a new custom spell in the mod that does small damage to all enemies, based on your intellect, which is not bad. So, yeah, I think we'll be fine. I think that's going to speed us up quite a bit. It is just, gold limited. We need money, but once we can get like through one more town, we'll be getting lots more money. Yeah, we don't want to grind in this first area if I can help it. But I definitely need sleeping bags for traveling. We're definitely going to need a bunch of, like, antidotes and mind bombs for real dungeons. Technically, I don't know if it's worth it. There's some treasure in that first dungeon I didn't get. I guess we could try to pick it up to sell it. I don't know if this is really worth the attempts. Some of the monsters in there just suck. And I want to keep the sleep spell for a bit longer, although having something offensive would be nice. Yeah, if we go to the left side here, there's a couple treasure rooms. So, the thing is, when I'm normally playing Final Fantasy 1, I don't like saving inside dungeons, even though we're allowed to in the Game Boy Advance version. The NES version didn't allow saves when you're not on the world map. Man, poison. I don't have a way of fixing that right now. We're just gonna run for it, I guess. Yeah, so if we could afford some antidotes, we could probably do this. This fight is, like, pretty likely to kill us. We're a little bit lucky we didn't get put to sleep or stunned, but... Yeah, we're not making out of here. Well... Chainmail, so that's worth a fair bit to sell in a tent. If we can get outside, sure, but... Yeah, that's the problem with the poison. I don't think I want to mess with that. Those, 3 items are worth a bit of money, but I think I'll be reloading so much that it's not worth it. I mean, I can save every couple steps and reload, but trying to force my way through a dungeon by save loading and avoiding every encounter sucks. It is a strategy we'll use if I need to. Like, don't get me wrong. If you have to do it, you have to do it. But I will avoid it if possible, basically. I'm not going to say we're not doing any save scumming, but because there's going to be dungeons where you probably have to save every few steps just to get through. At least, that's what I expect. But, like I said, I like to play it kind of the way the NES game worked, and the NES you couldn't save in dungeons. So that's my default, but it may or may not be possible. We'll see how it goes. Well, maybe practical is the word. Anything's possible, but you need a lot of consecutive good luck to not get paralyzed or put to sleep or turn to stone or something in some dungeons. That's a knife. Hey there, Melior. Welcome to today's challenge run. Pretty early on. Just beat up a garland. Christmas is cancelled. Garlands are smashed. Not sure how many more goblins I'm going to want to fight. We're only level 6. But the experience versus reward is low. This fight, unfortunately, probably impossible. Maybe with AoE. I forgot about the AoE spell. That's what I should be using. Oh, sure, other than just getting smashed. The problem was I ran out of HP. Right. We can do better. Alright, hold on. Play smart, Blue. I forgot I picked up a new spell. So, the trouble... Ogres are great, except in this mod, they got Sleep Touch. So normally, fighting ogres as soon as you can kill them is great for experience and money in the early game. Unfortunately, in a solo run where they can put you to sleep instantly and then you don't even wake up ever and just die, it's not as good. Now, maybe I can put him to sleep, but he wakes up, puts me to sleep, killed. So, yeah, you can see the problem. I don't know. My pain spell does more damage. Maybe we can two-shot them? I don't know. Okay, that's pretty good. That was 400 experience. Just gotta use my magics wisely, and I'll be okay. I'm still used to my night run where I didn't have magic at all. Slept and wrecked. It's a classic from Dragon Quest where the if you ever watched Dragon Warrior 1 or Dragon Quest 1 randomizer, all the monsters get random abilities, and they can get the sleep spell and the dragon breath attack from the final boss in just randomly. And Slept and Wrecked is the classic wombo combo where you get wiped all the time. And it feels very fitting that, you know, Final Fantasy 1, we can do that too. Man, I'm freaking spiders, man. I mean, we could try going with like blink strats instead, because if they can't hit me, they can't put me to sleep. But it seems like they can hit me pretty good. So, anyway, I'm just going to have to save all the time. Clearly, every random encounter has a chance to just kill us right now, other than goblins. We're not going to see too many more goblins. Now, Gygus worms, they're not too bad. They were creeps in the original game. Usually kind of a waste of time. They don't give you a lot of gold or anything, but... Alright, we can beat up an iguana. Blue lizard. You know what? We're going through this early game, I would say, definitely faster than the knight did. And I think it's mostly because Blink lets me kill Garland quicker, and then this pain spell is actually really, really good early game. So, let's save and see if we can kill the pirates without any grinding, or any special grinding. The less grinding I have to do, the cooler the build is. Now, you might notice, usually there's 9 pirates, now there's 6 pirates and 3 blue pirates. Blue being way stronger than regular. They're called Kaizoku, which is just Japanese pirates in the original. But now they're buccaneers. Now, I don't know if we're going to win this fight first try. It's looking pretty good, though. Usually I have to put the pirates to sleep with a black mage, and then smack them one at a time. But with that pain spell, we just trivialized that entire fight. Okay. Change of plan. Blue is making this go fast. All right, all right. There is more armor. Iron armor is really strong, but we can get a free pack somewhere. We can wear better helmets, better gloves. Honestly, we'll probably try to find our equipment in dungeon loot, because what you can't find in dungeons is spells. Now, null shock, half damage from electricity, not amazing. Null blaze, half damage from fire, not that amazing. Mute is pretty cool if I could learn it. It's a way to counter some really powerful enemy bosses, but like Astos, but it looks like we can't learn Mute. Our white magic accessibility is pretty limited. Blizzard is single target, ice damage. Slow is actually quite good. And then Fira, Thundera is like fireball and lightning bolts. I'm gonna pick up... Where am I going next? We're gonna go sailing. Let's get Thundera first. That's our first... So usually you can't buy level 3 magic until the next town, but we could go sail to the next town right now anyway. There's a bunch of cool swords. The weapons are great, you know. The mod balance is so cool. It adds so much neat stuff. It's just kind of funny that I might not need to buy any of that. I guess Sleep Touch, if you could get it in real life, would be awesome. Give your partner the Sleep Touch spell. It's so much better. No more insomnia. Probably charge a sweet penny for it. I'm gonna go. It's not really a sequence break here. This is why I wanted Thundera. Oh, come on. Sleep Touch on the Sahagins? That's not appropriate. I didn't even get a single turn. That's why you gotta save all the time. Yeah, the mod of balance, I think, adds too many status attacks. You know, it's trying to make the game more difficult. I don't think it's necessary to give everything access to basically stun locking you. Usually you've got 4 people, it's not as bad, but it's still really annoying. Save, yeah. But yeah, we're doing a slight sequence break here by going to Dwarf. Go visit the dwarves. I might get rid of the protect spell. Oh. I'll have to think about rebalancing what magic I want. Pain is nice because it's pretty cheap, but the damage is pretty low. Like, it won't hold out. Unless my intelligence goes up really quickly, I don't think it'll keep up with the enemy HP, but we'll see. But yeah, the dwarf cave, the only reason I go here is to get some free armor and money. Usually it's just money. But hey, remember I'm like, I could buy iron armor? Yeah, that's 1,000 gold we just saved, so pretty good deal. There is a lot of good treasure if you know where to look. You don't have to... Okay, Thundera's not doing as much as I thought it would. Pain is... Okay, I may have underestimated Pain when sleeping on it. Because it's only a level 2 spell, AoE, I thought it'd be pretty weak. But it smacks. Oh man, this is so much stronger than Solo Knight, I gotta say. Maybe I'll stream that later too, now that I know what I'm doing, but like, this is not equivalent. Being able to wipe out big groups like that is, I might lose this fight actually. Ooh, we got it, just barely. You know, I used to have to fight them one at a time, and the knight would still miss some attacks, so... yeah, alright, this is feeling good, this is feeling good. Now, there's some pretty big choke points coming up. Just because we made it through the early game doesn't mean it's going to stay easy. Alright, so let me think. Weapons, armor. Is there anything I want to buy? So the Bard's Tunic... I have to check if it has any status protection, because what you really care about, as much as defense and stuff is nice, is actually status protections. Wow, you can wear Watchman Mail? That's like the heavy armor for knights and paladins. Okay, these battle mages are pretty stacked. They can equip a lot of equipment, and they get a lot of magic. I don't know what their weakness is. They can equip good weapons. Definitely. Okay, I don't know, man. Yeah, these guys seem... Maybe they're like red mages. They're really good in the early game, and then they suck later on. We'll see. But definitely what I need more than anything is some potions to go into a big dungeon. Some antidotes, because we're definitely going to get poisoned in the dungeon. And I'll want some mind bombs. I can't buy them here, but yeah. I should also check the magic shops. Man, I didn't expect to be this far in this game this quickly, so a little bit thrown off. Oh, you can learn warp? Oh, breaking the game. Okay, we can exit out of dungeons now. That makes it another huge speed up for this guy. This is level 4 white magic. We probably can't cast level 4 yet, so I don't know which ones of those I can learn. It's very different than vanilla. Okay, this is like monk spells, so level 1, 2, 3 monk spells. That's why all the shops are a little bit different. Usually these are the level 4 shops. Alright. Well, so usually at this point in the game I spend quite a while grinding on like ogres and stuff so that I can afford better gear. Ooh, tarantula. So these were usually called, what are the two spiders? There's spider and a different kind of spider. Usually they don't stun you, though. They just poison you. It's a bit bad luck there. How's it for the level? 759. Let's get one level up. See how much money that gives us. And then I want to go buy some more, what am I looking for? Mind bombs are what I need. This fight actually might be deadly. Those are not the same worms we fought last time. Alright, we're getting a little bit lucky. They didn't paralyze me. And that's a level up, just like that. Wow. Yeah, that's a fight the knight couldn't win, interestingly enough. Okay, I need sleeping bags, and I need mind bombs. And maybe I'll be able to go to the next dungeon. The marsh cave is notoriously dangerous, so I do not feel prepared. Phoenix Downs are not going to help because you can't resurrect anyone when you're solo. Elven bombs are also pretty much worthless. So we get some like random drops from enemies. Just gives me some extra GP. I could definitely, yeah, money is definitely going to be my biggest short point, I think, because spells are expensive, and we can maybe that's the weakness of this class. They need a lot of money because they need like a full set of spells, a full set of armor and weapons, and they can equip good stuff, so it's not cheap. That's a green ogre. Oh, come on, I really want to kill it. It's worth a lot of XP. Ah, green ogres are worth lots of loot, unfortunately, but got me. The sleep touch makes ogres, like, I would say mostly worthless. If they couldn't put you to sleep, they're great for grinding, but now that they can put you to sleep, that's lame. Actually, getting spider silk drop, that's pretty lucky. Those are slow on the enemies, so spellcasting items are pretty sweet. Okay, mind bombs. These are expensive. I don't need too many, but they will silence you and stuff, and then you won't need to cast magic. And then sleeping bags are my way of getting around the map and healing up a little bit. I don't think they recover MP, but they recover status effects, which is good enough for now. We got lots of potions. I kind of feel like I might be ready. Be nice to have some more level 2 magic, just variety. There wasn't anything we could learn here, right? So other than switching out level 1 spells, like maybe I should drop one of my level 1 spells to get a cheap damage spell, so I don't have to worry about like melee attack. But I don't think we can rely on single target magic. We don't have enough MP pool. So I'm going to say not right now. Get out of the way, Ariane, the giants are... I will go back to Provoca and try to buy a level 2 spell. I think Fira, we've got like Thundera. Having the fire elemental AoE would be worth it. Because we're going to fight some undead. The boat's pretty good for not getting encounters. I like that. Okay, Blizzard is single target ice. Slow is the same as Spider Silk. I can't afford Fira anyway right now. Alright, never mind. Can I do it like this? I can sell the shields. I don't want to sell anything else. Alright, well let's give it a shot. Who knows? I think we're going to run out of MP is going to be the problem. But we will get some experience. And I might get some... I can still probably get some treasure looting done. Ooh, this would be nice if I can win. Immediately put to sleep and wrecked. This is kind of why I don't want to do a lot of grinding, right? Because this happens constantly in this mod. You start a fight, you get paralyzed, put to sleep, and you get nothing. You just get killed before you get to act. How are we looking for XP? Over 2,000 for a level. So, those of you familiar with FF1 probably can guess what I want to do for grinding. If I can get through the next dungeon, I can get a really good grind spot opened up. Assuming we've got Fire 2 or Fira. And that's what I would like to do rather than this nonsense. Although, tigers are cool. Usually they don't show up this early on. They're worth a lot. They are pretty strong, though. Maybe I shouldn't be going to the next dungeon. Now, there is another factor in for all the stun touch. We do have a magic resist. It's the resist at the bottom right. I think compared to the knight, our magic resistance will grow pretty quickly, which means we will start resisting those sleep touches and stuff like that pretty soon. Kind of... I'm wiffle-waffling. I'm not sure if I want to go to the marsh cave just yet. Instantly stunned. I guess... I'll take a few fights here, see how it's going, right? If we can reliably win these fights without having to reload constantly, I won't feel like this is a waste of my time. And I should probably try to keep healed up at least. Because I didn't actually buy any of the extra armor. Like, well, okay, so the reason I didn't want to buy the fancy armor is we'll be able to find a lot of it for free in the next dungeon. The trick is just getting there. So we can spend it now and then you kind of wasted it. Or you can hold off and try to get it for free, but you have to work harder. This is a pretty tough fight. That's a lot of undead. I don't know. Go for it. Yeah, 650, that's a good level. Okay. Yeah, let's get that level up. I also think I might be able to buy a couple tents if I have a bit of money here. And the tents would let me recover MP near the cave. And then, yeah, I think that would be better for obvious reasons. Being able to restore some of our magic before the dungeon and after the dungeon. Probably not a bad play. Can I not? Oh, the ethers. That's not what I want. The shops are surprisingly stingy. It was like this in the vanilla game, too. You have to kind of memorize which towns sell what types of recovery items. Usually, Elfheim or Elfland or whatever this town is called did sell the best overworld recovery houses. For whatever reason, they're not here right now, so let's try Provoca. It's pretty good. And you know, as our level goes up, our magic damage will go up. That's something the original NES game didn't do. Your spell damage was flat. Even though there was an intelligence stat, it didn't do anything. So now we do get to power those big boy spells up. Let's see if this item shop has what I'm looking for. Yeah, so the tent will give me some MP on the overworld. think that's worth it. Okay, hopefully that's enough. Recovery items definitely important for a big long dungeon. But I will definitely tell you guys, I'm further along in less time than I was when I played Solo Knight. I think I was still working on the pirates at this point in the game. Although our defenses are a little bit weak for sure compared to the pure knight. But I bought a lot more fancy armor for him. I think I wasted a lot of money buying armor and then finding it in a dungeon later, which kind of frustrated me. I guess buccaneers aren't weak to lightning or magic at all, really. So Thunder is 12 MP. That means I can cast it like 7 times right now. That's not a lot for a big dungeon. But we can split the dungeon kind of in half and then like recover some MP in between. I think that'll have to do. But yeah, as soon as we get through there, if we can survive the dungeon, we will be racing. Some really good grind spots. Basically, as soon as we can finish this dungeon. Maybe we should just, like, run. This is the classic NES strat, is just don't fight things. It depends on your, agility and your luck on how often you actually successfully run, whatever the formula is. But, obviously saves you the resources. Mind you, one giant, or one ogre we can probably beat, right? Yeah, we're stronger than an ogre. It's a good experience fight, but I don't know. It's not worth it. $700 XP, I think, is still worth it. Alright, heading down the marsh cave. Maybe one more encounter before we get started. Come on, cave. There's a big fight. Oh, immediately sleep touched and wrecked. Hilarious. So glad I waited for that one encounter. Unfortunately, the green ogre, double ogre, which is like one of the best experience fights at this point in the game in NES, and even the unmodded GBA version, doesn't seem like a very good fight right now. All right, never mind that. Let's just use the tent. Get some MP back. I'm not sure how much. I think the tent maybe is like 100 MP, so it's like full MP right now, but not forever. So Marsh Cave, we're going to go up first, which is for loot. Down is for progress. Immediately blinded is rough. Yeah. That's not a good sign. I do have some mind bombs, but that's the only way to recover from darkness. Other than the sleeping bag outside. I mean, I'm not saying... Don't underestimate this place. The Marsh Cave sucks. If we get through here without a ton of resets, we are lucky. I don't know if we can equip daggers. We can. Venom Dagger, less damage, but much more accurate. I guess we take it for the evasion for now. Ooh, scorpions are terrible. They hit really, really hard. Classic nightmare of the NES version. This fight also is pretty terrible. Crawlers can generally stun you, and honestly, just the never-ending darkness is really annoying. This is something... I'd say this is probably the thing I like the least about the mod of balance, is the permanent status afflictions, and just, like, every enemy encounter can do it, practically. So you're just constantly in the menu, cleansing, every status element, basically. Status element. But we got some money, we got a sword. Definitely does more damage. I actually don't know if it's better than the dagger. But yeah, the upwards direction, I would say there's not much up here that's really very valuable. I don't mind being poisoned as much. Antidotes are cheap. But the mental ailments are pretty expensive to cleanse, which... There's another mental ailment. I think in the original game, very few status elements persist between battles. So, if you get silenced or blinded, I'm pretty sure it ends at the end of combat. Unfortunately, the mod of balance decided that that's not fun. So it's not just poison and stone that persists now. Now, I'm doing this without saving, which is, I think, very risky. But I wanted to show whether or not this had any viability. And it looks like I am way better off than the knight was. Because the knight, I don't think, could have done that. Maybe we got a bit lucky with our runs, but... Let's try the downwards direction. This is the more difficult direction anyway. Yeah, and there you go. Immediately stunned and killed, probably. So there you go. We could have run into that at any point. Just a random zombie that paralyzed, stun touches you, and stun locks. You're dead. So that's why I will probably have to be doing a bunch of saves on the way down. But we'll see how the RNG treats me. Werewolves that poison. Better than being turned into a werewolf yourself, I guess. None of the rooms on this floor have any real treasure in them, so just ignore them. And hey, look, another stun lock before I get an action. So I'll try this a couple more times. You see how it's going. I'm not even gonna, like, bother with that. If we're gonna have to spend one of our rare mind bombs on a random encounter like that. It's just... Yeah, this is what I was expecting to happen. The fact that we looted the top floor without getting killed was kind of hilarious. This is much more of the traditional Marsh Cave experience. And I think the mod of balance literally makes it worse than it was originally. I expect the modder expects you to be using in-game saves all the time. And I don't like that. I really think I disagree with the design decision to expect you to basically save every few steps, you know. Sure, it's not as bad if you're playing with a group, but you can't afford that many mind bombs at this point in the game anyway. So getting darkness, silence, stunned, etc. It's not like you can afford to cleanse it in a normal run with 4 parties really either. The spells that will clear that, we don't learn yet. You could get rid of poison early on, but not much else. Grey Ooze, we actually might be able to win a fight against. We need to get further on in the dungeon before we start spending MP. The preemptive strikes are very lucky. That means you get a free runaway. And there you go. With a little bit of luck, you can get all the way to the bottom floor. I'm going to save here because clearly I'm probably going to die, you know. There's a lot of treasures here that are probably not worth picking up. Like, you should just go to the key quests, you know, fight the boss and get out again. Kind of like what we did with Garland. Oh, man, darkness again. Now, we don't need to see... Because we don't attack physically, so being blind isn't hugely a problem for its accuracy. Because we use magic. But if you're blinded, you immediately silenced again. Yeah, I didn't realize how bad my mind bomb situation was going to be. But we cannot... I can't do anything else. We have to go fight this fight. This is the boss. We may win, we may not. It's just how it goes. Thundera is the best spell you can use against them. They show up in packs of 2 to 4, I think. 2 means we probably win. 4 means there's really no chance. I think they might even go up to size 5. Oh, we got lucky turn order there. Wow. Alright. But that's why I bought Thundera first. Because they are strong to fire and neutral to lightning. Okay, there is more loot in here, but I don't even know if I'm going to get out of here without a ton of resets. So let's just make a run for it. We got a lucky preemptive against some wolves. We got an ambush by ghouls, instant dead. So if you were playing the NES version, basically every time this happens, you have to restart the entire dungeon, right? And that sucks. But there wasn't as many enemies that could stunlock you in the NES version. So we get the ability to save load mid-dungeon, which, you know, makes it a lot easier. But then the counter effect is the modder has been like, well, now it's too easy. We gotta give all the enemies status afflictions. And I can't get rid of darkness now because there's just too many status. I can't really afford the mind bombs. Although after this dungeon, we'll probably be fine. So if I keep save loading, we'll get out. Like, that's what I don't like, is that it almost doesn't matter what the encounters are. As long as you can save load in the dungeon, they can't stop you. You can literally have 0 encounters and get out. So I think we only died once or twice on the way out, but we died like 10 times going down. So how many full attempts would that have been if I hadn't been able to save in dungeon? I don't know. We probably would still be going on for half an hour. It's not impossible, but it's pretty brutal. Now, we could try to fight Astos. I'm not 100% sure how well that's going to go. We're obviously not going to be able to kill him with melee. He's pretty resistant to magic. I mean, we'll give it a shot while we're here. We can use a tent to heal up and get our MP back. I say that as immediately paralyzed, stunned by... Usually spiders couldn't stunlock you in the original game. So this wasn't... There was far fewer enemies that could stunlock you like this in vanilla Game Boy or NES FF1. So it's just so annoying that almost every encounter we run into can just kill you. But alright, let's try tent. Now, there's another surprise if you don't remember Mod of Balance. Usually this keep has no enemies in it. Got lucky there. Got lucky there, okay. We'll save right in front, because I don't think we're going to win this fight, but let's see. So seeing as we got the crown from the cave, you bring it here, and if we can win this fight, it kind of unlocks everything. But I did not prepare for it at all, really. We can put Blink on a couple times, but he doesn't do a ton of melee attacks, so that's not really what we need. And I don't have any way of really dealing damage. 38 is not much. And he put me to sleep again, Fireball. Yeah. I have to think about what we need to defeat this guy as a mage. Because it's very hard to resist his magic, so it's kind of a DPS race. Like, I could just go Thundera and see how much damage we could do. But I think he's got a few hundred HP. And he resists magic pretty well himself. That was a good hit. We're at like 120... 180... Dead, right? No, we've resisted... We're up to about 250. If we get good turn order, maybe? We did not get good turn order. Like, is this really my best chance? Is just hoping we can get enough Thunderas in here before he kills me? I should have warped out. Oh, man. I'm an idiot. Usually you don't get warped this early in the game. I could have literally warped out of the marsh cave. Would have completely trivialized the escape. I'm stronger than I even think I am. Okay, we need to get lucky and dodge. So, Astos is maybe easier than he is in vanilla. Usually in vanilla, in NES at least, he starts with the rub or death spell, and at this low level, it generally just works. So on a solo challenge, most of your runs are reset instantly because he kills you with an insta-death spell. Now, we don't have to worry about that in the mod here, but I still might need something. What could I do? I'm trying to think of, like, we don't have access to silence. He doesn't really do melee attacks. I might have had a different rant if I just warped out, but yeah. It's just hard to remember all the modded spells. Almost never do you have warp this early on in the game, right? Some of the randomizers if you're lucky, but... So more HP means I could survive a couple extra hits. I can pick up a couple null elemental spells. Although, I don't think I can get all three. And it takes like 3 turns to set them all up, so I'm not even sure that's worth it. I don't think we have access to high potions yet. So our healing is 58 per turn, which is less than a spell damage. So I can't heal through it. Maybe with the null, like basically if I resist his elements, they'll do half damage-ish. And then I might be able to heal through them with potions. It will take forever if we do like that. We're not going to be able to resist his sleep spell other than just getting levels. Yeah, I'm going to think that we're not ready for this fight, unfortunately. Was able to kill the wizards easy enough, but unless I could silence him and we don't have access to that spell, which I guess with the right mage, you know, the white or just a mage that gets silenced, you could probably just spam it until eventually he can't do anything. But I'm going to say this is probably not going to happen right now. So let's go try to make a counter Astos build. Alright, I have that dagger, I forgot. It is a little bit better. I picked up a venom dagger in the dungeon. And we're still getting levels pretty quick anyway. It's not like we're stuck. And to be fair, level 12 is actually very low for Astos on any kind of single challenge. At some point... Oh, we do get 2 attacks, that's it. At some point, you get 2 attacks. The knight got it at level 11, so that's what I was thinking. I don't think I went to Marsh Cave with the knight until I was level 11 or 12, so we might be about the same approximate power as the knight, except we've got all our cool magic. Okay, well, let's sell some garbage. I don't care about that. There is a bunch of loot in the Marsh Cave if I want to brave it to try to get more valuables to sell. Money is looking pretty good. I guess this is kind of like the final solution to Astos. If you can equip the Rune Blade, eventually you can do bonus damage to him with melee. We'll get one for free after we kill him. So, it's kind of too much. How does this compete? Mithril Knife is actually better than the Venom Dagger, I guess. Power Staff. Okay, let me see if I can look some of these up. So we're playing as Archmage. I'm not 100% sure if the... what's it called? This site is not set up like a proper wikia. It's hard to find stuff. I want game information, lot of balance, weapons, version 3 for Battle Mage, I guess we can sort by. Alright, so you could kind of see if there's anything extra in here that would help us. For the ones like, so Power Staff is what I'm looking at, right? Does that do anything? Apparently the Venom Dagger can inflict poison. I guess that makes sense. Never seen that happen before, but that's cool. Power Staff does give us a bonus to intelligence, which tends to be pretty good. And it is super effective against mages, so maybe that works against Astos. Interesting. If we're going spellcasting, this is probably worth it. Okay. I am glad that the information is available, because otherwise there's nothing in-game that tells you that. I'm cheating? How am I cheating? Looking things up on the website? Alright, now you could find out that your intellect changes by equipping, if you check. Sure, you can see the +3 intellect, but you wouldn't know about the super effective against stuff. Alright, I'll take that. What about... like, does the magical robe protect... I'm cheating by looking up the information. Let's cheat some more then. I want to see if any of these armors provide like fire or ice protection, that kind of stuff. Okay, so we're looking for like magical robe, bard's tunic. Magical robe, oh, it does give you resistance to paralysis. That's really nice. Bard's tunic is resistance to silence and some evasion. Interesting. What about that watchman's mail? So we could get either sleep, silence, or paralysis protection. That's nice, but it's probably not enough. There's a what else can we equip? I'm just looking through my list here. Bronze gloves, steel gloves, helmet, elven cloak, but it's crazy expensive. I'll look it up, but yeah, not even close. It does cast a spell though. That's neat. I didn't know that. Well, of the armor, technically, Astos does put us to sleep, so the Watchman's Mail kind of counters that. I can't afford it, though. So we could grind up for 3,000 gold to buy the Watchman's Mail, and then he couldn't put us to sleep. It's all good. I think, yeah, if this gives us... I mean, it says mail for restless guards. It kind of gives you a hint, I guess. But immune to sleep, immune to... silence, and immune to paralysis, or one of them, I can't remember which is which, but... I'm just gonna sell that. Okay, we just need like a couple hundred gold. It won't take very long. Let's get some gold, and then we'll try to whack... We're gonna try to smack Astos with a power staff, I guess. We'll see if that works. I mean, there's spells I could be buying. Let's see what our damage output is normally here. Not amazing. We are getting... Oh, the dagger gave me agility. That's why I had 2 attacks. So we need a level up or 2 to get double attack, and that will make a big difference as well. If we're going to go melee. But I kind of think we should, because Astos is pretty resistant to magic. Alright, that was good XP. Tigers? It's interesting, the modder moved the tigers down here. Usually tigers are in the next area, or a couple areas from here. They're in the Melmond area. But fighting them this early is not too impossible, but they're definitely stronger than ogres. Not Pixel Remaster, definitely GBA, yeah. It does say that on the left side of the screen. I ran out of MP, but we can probably smack an ogre to death. Nope. Never mind. Alright, we definitely gotta keep tabs on our MP a little better. Reading chat didn't work so well for me there. Alright, let's try this again. All I need is 3,000 gold, which we've got, and 1 level up, hopefully to get double attack. Because it will literally at least double our damage against Astos, which is what we need. We're looking at 2,000 XP to go. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid this grind, because as soon as we kill them, there's going to be a much better grind spot. But, you know, Astos gonna Astos. He is pretty strong. Just going to save constantly, because you never know when a fight starts and we just die instantly. So, like, these ogres could just put us to sleep, and then we just lose. Well, I say that. I could maybe stop that specific stunlocked kill if I'd gotten a turn ever. Alright, let's go buy that stupid armor. I didn't realize the armor made you... I don't know if it's immunity to sleep, but as long as it's mostly resisted, I'll take it. And it is technically an armor upgrade anyway, so nothing wrong with that. Let's try this again. That's a very expensive investment. But not being put to sleep and sleep locked to death would be great. What we really need is immunity to sleep, stun / paralyze, and petrify, kind of like the main you lose ones. And then I'll be doing much better. This is an emulator, yes. Virtual Boy is the name of the emulator. Speed. Oh, that's really lucky there. Okay, so Speed Plus is going to give us 1 more agility, which might get us our second attack here. I didn't realize that they could drop those, but pretty rare drop, I'm sure. Permanent stat up, and it did get me my double attack. I don't even need another level up. I'll still get a level up because I said I would. But yeah, that's all I needed. 1 more agility. I did change the stream title on Twitch. It didn't save. I actually changed it like 5 times, and it refused to update correctly. I don't know what else to do. I tried. It'd be nice to be immune to dark, I guess, but status protections are tricky. At least we're reliably one-shotting these guys with Thundera. And this fight should be safe now they can't put me to sleep. I mean, they hit hard, but as long as I get actions, I'm fine. Alright, there's my level. Bit more HP and MP. There's that agility point we didn't need right now, but wow, you can't bet on getting a Sleep Plus. Now, you could technically save every level up and try to get random stat growths that make you even stronger. I have done that before, but I don't think it'll be necessary for this run. Because there's fixed growths and there's random growth for every status, or for every attribute. So you could get +1 strength, agility, intelligence every single level. But it's a grind and a half. Slows it right down. Is there lag? It depends on your settings and how you what if your potato is strong enough, but usually emulating a Game Boy Advance game is not very difficult, but sometimes you gotta play with your settings. For a solo run, yes, I definitely want to. You can do solo runs on the original hardware for sure, but it takes a long time, and there's a reason why I'm playing it at 4 times speed. I'm not using save states. I don't think you need them for the GBA version, at least, because we can save basically anytime anyway. But yeah, the advantages of an emulator definitely help out for challenge runs. All right, let's try this again. Astos round 2, or 12, whatever we're at. All right, stunlocked. I need to be immune to paralysis. We need to find a way to get that. 1 hit, paralyzed, dead. I think the status affliction rate is just too high. It is resisted. Like there's a contested roll using your magic resistance stat to resist all those effects. But like, boy, early on, it does not seem like what is my resist? I currently have 55 magic resist. It doesn't seem to do much, you know. All right, here we go. Become Lich? Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Just gotta play some Curse of Strahd and get to level, what was it, like level 17 or something? Somehow. All right, so plan is, I guess, just kill him. I can slow him if he gets doing melee, but he generally doesn't do melee attacks. 142 damage. Wow. Okay, we got him. I think. Like, it's not guaranteed, but we're immune to sleep, and we got him first try. Wow. Okay, that was the strat. We successfully figured out that you needed 2 attacks and a power staff and immune to sleep. Because if he'd put me to sleep, we would have died. Although you could have rolled it. We could have won this without the mail eventually. But the power staff was the real win, and being able to attack twice. Sweet. All right, let's get out of here. Let's heal up. Oh, I do have a magic robe he dropped randomly. Not as good for defense, but it does give you resistance to one of the status effects. Not sleep, though. Yeah, that went very smooth. Okay. So now we're going to do some fetch quests, as is tradition. This will result in us getting lots of money, and we'll start prepping for the next dungeon. Actually, the world opens up quite a bit once we finish the fetch quest chain. Ugh. I should really try to find out how to get immune to stun, because this is going to get really annoying. Yeah, it's a solo character challenge run. There's 12 different classes. I picked this one sort of randomly, but I like doing the solo runs. I've never done one, and I mean, mod of balance is, you know, a mod, so I'm not... They might not all be possible. I don't actually know for sure. But, yeah, I just felt like I would do a challenge run today. Alright, we don't need to go in here yet. We gotta sail up, go to Matoya. So technically we beat, if you care about the story, we went to the Marsh Cave to get the crown. We took the crown to the king, who turned out to be an evil elf, drow, basically. He tried to steal the crown, but we killed him, and then found out he had a crystal ball in his inventory, which he had stolen from a witch. We're gonna go take that to her. Eventually. I'm just glad we've got AoE magic, because normally you have to fight these guys one at a time if you don't. Like, you can try to run away and fail and fail and fail, but having even just like a cheap, light, low damage multi-elemental attack, or whatever, AoE attack is just so good. There's another level up, nice. Intelligence up, so you might do more magic damage, just kind of like breakpoints for it. Every like 5 points or something, you get a little bit more magic damage. It's not like it's not like a linear upgrade for whatever reason. Anyway, this is Matoya. She's the blind witch. We give her the crystal ball, and as a reward, she gives us some herb to go smoke up with the elf prince, who's been in a coma for I don't know how long, probably years. And we'll wake him up. He's probably addicted to the stuff. Basically, he's passed out, waiting for his next hit. We'll bring it to him. And he's going to be so thankful for his drugs that he's going to give us another reward. And the fetch quest will be mostly done. There's more story, but, you know, this is my summary. So we give him the herb. He wakes up. Is he still dreaming? He can't tell if he's awake or asleep. So he just gives whoever's in front of him a key. It's mystic. And with that mystic key... like old good old JRPGs, we can now open all the doors. And we get money. And a mithril hammer. And some more money. And some more gloves. Now we're going to go back to Astos' castle eventually, once I'm done my fetch quest loop, because that's where I want to get some grinding. And we're going to need a lot of money, because we can buy some... We can go to some pretty soon. We'll be able to go to very advanced towns. And we need a lot of gold to buy the stuff in the advanced towns. So I got to keep saving it, because you never know where we're going to get stunlocked and killed. Like, not being put to sleep is great, but we can still be stunned. And eventually, petrified. Got to go to the inn as well, running out of MP again. So now that we have the key, we can go loot the locked treasury in the first castle, because they haven't been able to get access to their armory in, like, hundreds, thousands of years. So we're going to steal all their swords and nunchucks. You know how it is. Mostly, though, we want their explosions. So nitro powder, we get the bomb, and we're going to set up that bomb to somewhere else. Steel armor has been renamed... So the FF1, the NES version had steel armor in Melman, super expensive. Basically never worth it. It's renamed Knight's armor or Warden's armor. Not Warden. This is Watchman. This is not Knight's armor though. This is a special something else. The really heavy duty Knight armor is just for sale somewhere. It's going to be a while. But yeah, Jarrell mentioned the bonus XP. It's the same thing in Final Fantasy 1. Because 3 people are dead, the one person gets 4 times the XP, which is why we level up so fast. And if you can kill big groups of enemies instantly, boy, does that help get you those levels. This was another locked door. Thank you, Elf King, the High Elf King, for giving me the key that let me get a bunch more loot. We probably aren't going to equip very much of this stuff, but we can sell it. Now, the Mithril Mail is better, but it doesn't provide protection from sleep. That's not a good sign. Where are the iron shields? I guess it'll be nice to keep a variety pack of weapons for a little while. So the TNT, we can set up the bomb here. This is the way we actually finish the fetch quest. This is the last step. And effectively at this point, we can leave the starting area, and about half of the world opens up at this point. Which is cool. And they're all dwarves. They talk Scottish if you're trying to read the dialogue. But, yeah, fun. Okay, nothing else to do there. Looted them out. On to the... So now we could immediately go to the next town, Melmond. And even the town after that, Crescent Lake. But first, I don't have enough money for anything, really. Like, 6 grand looks like a lot. We honestly need, like, 10 times that to really buy the armor and weapons we want to upgrade to. So, I am going to go buy Fire 2, which is the other direction. Usually, Fire 2 is in Elfland, but not anymore. Pirates learned how to harness fire. And we're going to go try to get some grinding. Our first, like, good grind. We've done some baby grinding on the overworld, but overworld grinding sucks. Random encounters, you never know what you're going to find. You can't control it. Then you get darked or whatever, and it's super annoying. Oh, I need to buy some more mine bombs, too. That's important. But we'll save that for a second. Yeah, I want to pick up Fire 2. Bam. And I guess while I'm here, maybe slow is good for a backup. Not sure what level 2 spells I really want to hold on to. Like, Null Shock and Blaze we will eventually get around by just having armor that protects us, hopefully. It shouldn't take 3 hours. A little bit of grinding, but not too much. Okay, mine bombs, yeah. I'm gonna buy a bunch of those. We will need a ton. I'm actually gonna spend most of my money here. It'll make the grind better. I guess technically... Okay. This is a fun technicality. I haven't tested if the Peninsula of Power exists in this mod recently. It probably does, but I don't remember for sure. So let's find out. This is not where I actually want to grind, but I know people love showing it off. Hey there, Thor. Everyone loves the big PP, basically. Peninsula of Power. Ah, good. Darkness status effects. Favorites. So now we've got fire. Oh, it's actually cheaper than Thundera. That's unusual. I think it does like the same damage. It's just, you know, different element. Oh, the darkness. So annoying. Yeah, I tried to change it on Twitch. Twitch is being really weird. It wouldn't update the name when I saved it. I tried. I tried many times. It would update, and then it would say it was updated, and then I would reload, and it wouldn't be right. Alright, so if there's a Peninsula of Power, it is here. And we will potentially find very late game enemies. But only right here. It's kind of bad for your controller. They are still here. So that's Zombles. I don't know if we'll be able to win, but we'll try. No. I think the only thing we might be able to beat would be Frost Wolves, and that's assuming we go first. Yeah. We might win this fight if we can one-shot them with fire, too. It's not looking great. No. So I think that's a fight that's RNG. Maybe you could pull that off with a little bit of luck. This fight, no, there's no way. Maybe you could slow them or something, but I think they just hit once and hard anyway. And I guess you could try to blink. There's no way. Yeah, the mod obviously makes some things stronger than normal. So anyway, I just wanted to show this off. The Peninsula Power is here, but because the mod makes monsters stronger in general, these guys have like 700 HP or something. So it's not like we're going to win this fight. Vanilla Giants, I think, had like 350 HP, give or take. I'm pretty sure the mod basically doubled it. So you're not going to be getting these kills with low-level magic. These guys are weak to fire, but probably we're not going to get anything here either. Yeah, the zombies hit way too hard. Anyway, it's there. We're not going to be using it. Don't blink. I mean, maybe we should be blinking, but it's not as powerful as FF or NES blink. So. Man, I just freaking 2 steps encounter. Tired of that. I wish I could reset as quickly as the NES emulator and just keep moving. If you ever watch like speedrunners of randomizers, boy, do you just reset and keep moving constantly. It's so fluid. Anyway, the plan is to go instant stun locked. We're even supposed to be resistant to sleep because of our armor. It doesn't even matter. Stun, slept, just wrecked. Completely wrecked. I'm gonna try to get some level grinding in Astos' castle where I can only fight mummies. Are you kidding me, pirates? Seriously? Our character is not very fast. This is a slower agility-based character for sure. Which is why having the AoE magic is probably the real strat. $10 points if you know why I did that little loop-de-loop. If you've never played a sped-up emulator, you've never seen it. Can't run away from anything. Okay, so one more little walk. Now, I don't know how much grinding I'm going to want to do. It's actually mostly for money. Like I said, I'm going to go to a big shopping trip after this. I got to level up, sure. So it's not really like I need to get to level 20 or 30 or something. It's specifically, I want enough gold to buy spells and armor at Melmond and Crescent Lake. And I know they're very expensive. Oh, geez, are you freaking kidding me? Probably not grinding for drops. I don't know really where the good ones are in the mod of balance. I know there's lots of drops. I haven't memorized them by any means. We did get like a random... We had a couple nice random drops, but it just... I know where you can buy good stuff, so all I need is the gold, basically. Because we can go straight to Crescent Lake, and Crescent Lake sells crazy overpowered stuff. It's just very expensive. The PlayStation 1 FF1 is a little bit different than this one. It's close, but it still has like the old Vancian magic, like the NES version. This one uses the MP system like the modern FFs. There, that's the fight we want, but we're gonna not randomize it. We're gonna... Oh, geez, I'm gonna waste a lot of fire just getting to the grind tile. If I had a lot of money, it would be pretty good to bring ethers to these places. For these to make the grinds work longer and longer, more efficiently. Can we just run, please? Come on, just run. Please? There, thank you. Usually there's no encounters in this dungeon. It's not really a dungeon, it's just an abandoned castle. So I don't have to... Like, this is a better grinding spot in NES version. Because you don't have to deal with this nonsense. Good run. And I'm trying not to save every single fight, but... Here we go. Okay, this is the room I want. There are Encounters below every chest, but we might as well loot them first. Power staff. Technically, we kind of wasted buying it, but whatever. I'm pretty sure the one on the right here is the one I want. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I know there's some good... Like I said, I know there's some good loot from drops, but... It's only 350 gold. I thought you'd get more from this fight. Probably got nerfed. Can't really afford mine bombs like crazy. Ambush. Not sure. Ooh, the ambush rate is brutal. Is it because I'm blinded? I've never noticed that, but it is possible you get ambushed more often if you're blinded. That, I guess, makes sense. I didn't think it would be a mechanic, but this should be a pretty efficient grind if you're not immediately getting ambushed every single time, but see how this goes. But yeah, anyone who has access to Fire 2 or Fira, I think this is like the strat. Or Harm 2 if you're a white mage. I still think this is worth... It might not get me as much money as I was hoping, but it'll get me at least through the Melman shopping tree. The stuff I have in my inventory is not worth enough. You'll see. Just hold on for like 15 minutes. The stuff that I have in my inventory is not worth anything. Garbage, garbage, worth a little bit, garbage, 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 worth a little bit, garbage, worth a little bit, garbage, garbage, worth a little bit, worth a little bit. We can probably get like 10,000 gold selling that. I need like 50,000 or more. A Crossier, probably garbage. See, that's the thing too. Most drops in Dawn of Souls, unless you're in a bonus dungeon, they're kind of garbage. There's a few boss drops that are rare, that are a little bit early, but for the most part, they're not very good. The thing is, the mod of balance, of course, changes things. I wonder if I should be fighting the images instead of the mummies. So we're looking at 1,500 experience and about 450 gold. Let's see what this one's like. It should be one-shottable as well. These guys are a little bit stronger than mummies. Yeah, see, that's why I wasn't fighting them. I think they should have a higher ambush chance as well. It's kind of in the name. I just want to win one fight to see what it looks like. But it's not looking like this is... Yeah, I think I made the right decision fighting the mummies. Just seems like that was the right play. Well, we got some money. Not as much as I was expecting, honestly. I think they must have nerfed it from the original game. I'll do one more round of MP, but that'll probably be it. I could stay here for quite a while, but I remember this giving me a lot more gold in vanilla, and I think it got nerfed. Shadows aren't all that good either, but we'll get rid of them. Let's see. This is like my least... This is like the worst encounter in the whole game. This is why the Earth Cave is the worst. Because you fight like 9 packs of white gas constantly. Yeah, I really dislike having to save load constantly in these places. And the mod of balance kind of takes it... It's already pretty difficult in vanilla FF1 to zoom around solo. But there's just so much stun locking in this game. It's brutal. This fight can also stun lock you. I really don't want to spend all my MP on one stupid skeleton, but hey, we got to level up out of it, right? Alright, let's fight some mummies. Alright, You don't need to backseat game. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I know exactly what I'm doing. This is not my first challenge run solo. If you think you can do better, go do it. Darkness is brutal, though. We'll get 5 more with the last of our MP. Maybe. The ambush wasn't too bad. It's really the darkness. If we didn't get blinded all the time, those fights would be pretty trivial. I don't think mummies in vanilla... I think mummies have sleep touch originally, actually. Not dark touch. Although I suppose, like, D&D mummies have, like, a rotting touch. Maybe they have a blinding touch, too? I don't know. Haven't actually fought a 5th edition mummy yet. Gotta throw one at one of my... Actually, no, I had a... Technically, DMing, I did have a mummy, but it wasn't an enemy mummy. It was like a friendly mummy, so I don't even really know what it could do. Alright, we got another level up. So hey, we went from like level, what, 12, 13, something around there, to level 18. I didn't make as much money as I was hoping. I think that got nerfed a bit. But the levels are still pretty valuable. And I'm not going to spend any more time here grinding. Like I said, we're not going to do a ton of grinding. Let's rest up. And I will sell my junk. You guys don't have to worry about that. There's more loot we could get in the marsh cave. It's probably not worth it. I don't know. I guess we can warp out. Maybe it is worth it. Let me see how much money we've got, because like I said, I want, like, honestly, I would like around 50,000 GP. And seeing as the grind isn't as profitable as I was hoping, being able to teleport out of a dungeon might be the way to do it. Now, I don't want to sell just everything, because we do want to hold on to a couple things. I should probably equip some of this stuff. So those crosshairs were dropped by the mummies, so there's like 2,000 gold extra from those fights. Falcon is garbage. Yeah, most of this stuff isn't worth anything, right? That's the problem. Mithril is worth a lot, but, like, I might want to equip it. I have to think about that. Nunchucks are worthless. Hammer is worth actually more than I thought. There's, like, an argument to hold on to, like, these... Worm Killer is, like, a unique sword. There's only one in the game. We can equip it. It is... definitely stronger than the power staff. Oh, longsword or worm killer, either way. But then we do like bonus damage against dragons. There's not a lot of dragons in the early game, so maybe not worth it. The power staff gives us higher intelligence though, so I kind of think we go with that. We can buy longswords if I want them. And what's the first dragon we're gonna fight? There's one guarding the Castle of Ordeals. It's pretty strong, but we'll be pretty high level by then. Probably have like the Flame Sword or something anyway. You don't really need to fight the white dragons in the Ice Cave. You don't need to fight the fire dragons in the volcano. Yeah, there's not a lot of dragons you have to fight. There's a blue dragon you have to fight in the Mirage Tower, and actually, we can warp out. We don't have to fight hardly any of them. Never mind. We can sell them. Warp spell makes it so we can avoid so many of those fights. Sure, we'll drop our evasion. I don't know. I think usually I would have equipped the Mithril Mail, but now that I know the Watchman Mail makes you immune, or at least resistant to sleep, I kind of think it's better. Stunlock is the worst right now. A little bit of defense is nice, but... Alright, that puts me at 24 grand after the grind. I still think that's like half as much as I want, because we haven't even bought our level 4 magic yet, which we could do right now. I definitely want more magic. Temper, pretty good. Gives us a way of overpowering enemies that are like resistant to magic. Makes your physical stronger. Can't learn practically any white magic at all, dang. I guess we have access to the 3 null elemental spells now. I generally don't think Confuse is very good, but I could be underestimating it. Usually I find it just fails, and in the original game it was pretty terrible. I think even though we're a mage, you end up relying on buffing your melee attack for a lot of the final bosses, so... Okay, so that puts us at... I could probably dump Thundera and take Null Fire and Null Frost. Because we're not going to get Elemental Armor for a while. And if we have to fight the Lich is the next, like, choke point. The Lich will spam, at the very least, Ice 2, if not all the Elemental spells. But they also can Stun Touch and Sleep. Like, the Lich has a lot like Astos, but on steroids. Alright, let me check my inventory here. I also want to buy a bunch of high potions. That's another chunk of money. I think we can make it to the loot. Let's go looting. This is as close to the marsh cave as we're going to get until we get the airship. So if I can grab some valuable... should reorganize these, actually. The fire spell is cheaper, so I should be casting it instead of Thundera. What am I trying to say? The closest we will get... Oh, jeez. Encounter rates are brutal. The closest I will get to the Marsh Cave, and it probably gives me enough money to be worth a quick trip. Although I will say this is slightly questionable. It might be better just to go... I don't know if we could fight giants. So, like, we have access to the giant tunnel in Earth Cave now, which is another classic grinding spot, but really more for melee units than mages. How does Blizzara do these days? Around 100 damage, about the same. Well, here we go again, but this time I'm going to remember I have the warp spell. And because we have the Mystic Key, we can get, like, the final treasure at the bottom, which... I forget exactly what's in there in this version. Usually there's, like, a silver ring, which is pretty good, if you want to come back here to get it. Usually it's not worth it, but, you know, it's here. I did not do all the looting my first trip, because I did not have enough time. We're getting crazy low encounter rate, too, here. What is the deal with that? Can we kill these guys? Great oozes are worth pretty good XP, at least. Yeah. Not, like, outrageously good, but decent. Okay, this is going to be guarded by snakes. Not too scary, but it's good to have Blizzara, at least. Oh, they barely hit at all. So, yeah, we are not like a normal black mage. You know, we have actually good defense. So, magical robe them? I don't know what that does. Oh, it's the same tier of equipment we could buy in Elfling. Garbage, then. Pretty good spell. Definitely need to keep saving, though. We're not going to be doing this. We might make it through without any resets, but, you know. These fights... Honestly, we're doing good. We're doing well. No snake lances, I know. Sorry. Able to one-shot the wizard / pisco demons, that's... So the Watchman mail is worth about... Well, you buy it for 3,000, so you sell it for half that. I'm not sure we're getting a lot of really high value out of this looting. There's a couple more chests after this, but... I mean, we got some levels anyway, right? Another 2,000 gold, I'm out. I'm trying to remember if there's any more chests that I missed that are worth it. We haven't died yet since our revisit. I mean, the grinding against the mummies certainly gave us some buffer HP. That's looted. I think there's one in the left chest here. And then there's one more in the upper right that we didn't get to, I think. Okay, gargoyles suck. They really suck. Yeah, not this one, but the one above it, and then I think we're done. Also, green slimes are usually annoying because you can't hurt them in melee, but magic does the job. Okay, I would say probably not worth it. I wasn't 100% sure what the loot would be. At least we can get out immediately, so this didn't turn into like a very frustrating run, but the actual treasure was pretty light. There's also 2 swords we can pick up in the first dungeon. I guess we may as well. There's a rune sword, which we might want to hold on to because it's pretty good against the lich, because the lich is a spellcaster. It'll do. So it's like the 8,000 gold sword we could have bought in Elfland in the mod. We can go pick that up for free, basically. Or, you know, we can plan to sell it, I suppose. But I will say, like Thorinum, if you know certain enemies that drop gear for a battle mage that is good, you know, if you see one on screen, you can let me know. It's all good. I've definitely not memorized the drop tables by any means. So, and doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to stick around and grind on them for hours, but I generally don't mind taking a few fights to roll the dice. But you can buy the end game bonus dungeon gear as soon as you get the airship. So, there's a pretty easy way to get most of the stuff that I want. That's what I'm thinking. Alright, so we'll go one more stop, and then we'll get out of here. Not here, though. I guess I'm going to hold on to that pain spell just because it's cheap. And until I have, like... Eventually I'll be able to afford ethers in bulk and be able to recover MP very easily. But until then, it's nice to have a very cheap sweeper. I think gargoyles might be resistant to most elements. Oh, and then immediately silence. That's pretty annoying. There was very rarely silence touch or mute touch in the first game. Like in the NES version. So there's the rune blades. That's the one we could have bought for Astos if you were rich. Power Staff obviously did the job, but this is slightly stronger? Barely, really. I thought it would be a bit better. I am also 40, or just turned 41, I guess. Yeah, random pains, knees, backs. Yeah, welcome to 40. I hear ya. Maybe too many video games, I don't know. Can I get a spell off before I get immediately silenced, please? No. Werebuster, Holy Water. I guess the Holy Water is kind of neat. It can cast, like, the anti-undead harm spell. But, yeah, Werebuster's a bit stronger. But there's actually quite a few Were enemies. Like, it's not bad, but we'll probably just sell it. All good, Chris. Thanks for stopping by. We still have lots of solo challenge to go. We haven't even left the inner sea quite yet. Although I would say it went pretty smooth. Other than the never-ending stun lock. I haven't reset as much as I thought I was going to have to in the early game. Yeah, Battle Mage I think is one of the stronger characters, or stronger classes for sure. Oh, I was going to pick up the null spells, right. Before we leave. Because it's a pain to come back and remember. Let's see if I can find... They're gonna both be in Provoca. Ah, you think 40's bad? Wait till you hit 50. Ah, you think 50's bad? Wait till you hit 60. Ah, wait till you're dead. Yeah. Aging. Yeah, exercise helps for sure. No doubt about it. But some things you just can't shake off. Alright, I'm gonna... This is actually quite tough, because Warp is mandatory, and then Fire 2, Lightning 2 are both really good. I think I'm past the point where I really need Lightning 2 against the wizards and the, like, ocean enemies. I guess Sea Shrine, you could get some more value on Thundera. I mean, eventually, I think we'll have access to armor that gives us elemental protection anyway, at which point, it doesn't really matter. But for now, I want to be ready to fight the Lich, right? And we're going to want ice and lightning and fire and stuff. Alright, so we can finally leave the inner sea after all my hard work. Now, Melman is kind of a trash hole. There's not usually a lot of value here. Spells, I guess, are potentially good. I will sell some stuff. I already have a Watchman's Mail. I don't think I really care about... What's Werebeast that we would want? It would be good against... I don't even know the full list. Werewolves and man-cats and stuff, but they're not that bad. I don't think it matters. I might hold on to the Runeblade. Maybe. We can buy these if I care. We can buy these if I care. Okay, we don't have tons of money. I'm not going to buy any of these swords, I don't think. I actually think these are a huge waste of money, because we're going to go find better swords in the next town. We can just go there right now. And I think it's the same problem with armor. There's probably nothing here. Like, sure, you can say these are definitely an upgrade. But... not worth it. For magic, just want to see what's available. Start planning. I guess are we not high enough level for that yet? We actually don't have level 5 magic unlocked. Wow. So I'm not sure what we can learn exactly. Probably Farraga. Haste would be very nice if we can... oh, we can see it on the right. Battle Mage for everything. Yeah. So Farraga, poison damage is good. Stun doesn't matter. Haste is great. So we got 3 really good black spells. And we don't need any white magic at level 5 at all, because this is just AoE protection. We only have one person, doesn't matter. Okay, that's good. That makes that easy. So we'll need that's pretty expensive. We'll need about 20,000 gold just for level 5 magic. Which, this is why I said I need a lot of money. Final Fantasy Tactics? Maybe. I do like Final Fantasy Tactics. I haven't played it in a very long time. Oh, now I don't have any... now that I don't have Thundera, Sahagins will die to pain. Should make sure I save, though. So we're going to sort of sequence break a little tiny bit. Not really, like, plot, but you're not really supposed to come here until you fight the Lich. But nothing stops you. I don't actually think I can win this fight. Yeah, our physical defense is a little bit lacking right now. Might be able to win this fight. Trolls are weak to fire. But they do get more HP in the mod than in vanilla. Most enemies do. Has 0 character run? I mean... I guess as long as the end state is just game over. Luck plus, that's actually really nice. Cobras drop luck ups. And the more luck I get, the more I run away from battles. So that can be really helpful. Alright. So, yeah, Crescent Lake. One of the real wins is you can get high potions and ethers here. I think Elfland might have had ethers. And holy waters. I think we could buy this somewhere else too. I'm not sure how strong it would be. I'll have to try this out. It's probably not going to be better than Fire 2, but it's like an 800 gold, anti-undead spell maybe. But yeah, this is why I wanted all the money, because you don't have to go to the volcano or the ice cave. You can just buy it right here. Yeah. It's some pretty good armor. Yeah, okay, we could get fire and ice protection right now, and then I don't even need those spells ever again. Let me look at the weapons. And we can equip so much stuff. I don't think this will actually cast Fire 2 anymore. Originally it was the Mage Staff, and it was free Fire 2, which was really good. But I'm pretty sure the Mod of Balance nerfed it, so it's kind of trash. Let me look at some of what these do, because I can only buy like 1 or 2 things. Let's look it up in the list here. So for weapon, we're going to go version 3, and we're going to look at whatever the battle mage can equip again. Okay, so the flame staff, let's see what it does specifically. So the power staff is what I've got equipped right now. It does give me 3 intelligence, which is not nothing, and it is super effective against some enemies. The flame staff gives me a little bit more intelligence. It does fire elemental damage, which can be nice, and I can cast the Fire 1 spell. It's not very effective, but it's something. So basically, it gets me 2 intelligence. Anything else worth buying? I mean, the Fire Sword, Ice Sword, heck, the Dual Rapier, like, these things actually are very powerful. If we're going to be doing melee damage, you can just see right here, 34 attack power is really high. That's like defense or Sun Sword tier from the vanilla game. Like, Dark Claymore is one of the bonus dungeon items, I think. But yeah, that's a lot of power. Ashura, I don't know. Probably about Ice Sword tier. I think I need some money. I did not get enough money. But I'm gonna go with this for sure. And it's mostly because it makes our magic damage a bit bigger. So 23 magic or intelligence. Up to 25. And I think I've decided I'm going to sell the Rune Blade. I'll buy it again if I really decide I want it. But for general purpose, I think the intelligence is better. The sprites, yeah, it's a bit sped up. But that doesn't leave me with enough money for other stuff. So let's look at what these can do. Because we're probably going to want to buy some of these while we're in Crescent Lake. But it depends on how good they are, right? The Battle Mage can just equip so much stuff, it's kind of complicated. So hats. Wizard Hat is 5 more intelligence and 10% max MP. That's pretty good. The only downside is it doesn't have any like status protections or anything. But of all the helmets, the other helmets we could have equipped were like the Great Helm, which would have just been like a little bit more defense, or the Mithril Helm. But the Wizard's Hat's definitely better for us. We can equip a Protect Cloak. There we go. Resistance to Death Sleep Time. That's what we're talking about. So 14,000 gold for a Protect Cloak. Although we can equip Fire and Ice Shields, which are better defensively and give you the standard elements. So that's an option. We can also equip Minerva's Robe. Don't know much about that one. Minerva. So we've got the Watchman's Mail right now. Sleep Protection. Minerva's Robe. Oh, wow. Fire, Ice, Paralysis, Mind, and Poison all at once. So, like, we absolutely need that. That will make the Lich fight so much easier. It's not even really an option. There is a Sage's Surplus, which is cheap. we could just pick this up for now, and it does give us the intelligence. It's only 6 grand. And then there's always the armor and stuff that we can't really afford. So, yeah, Minerva's Robe is the anti-lich fight. Sage's Surplus might be better for just general grinding with the intelligence. And then we want the Wizard's Hat for more intelligence stacking. And the Protect Cloak. I mean, getting killed by death elements is going to happen pretty soon. So that's great. Alright, that's the plan. How do we get that much money, though? Well, we got 10 grand. I think I'm going to save up for that hat. And then maybe the Sage's Surplus. And then the cloak. And then we're going to see about the robe. That's going to take a while. That's a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, the Wizard's Hat makes sense, yeah. The trouble is just, like, where can I grind to get a lot of money quickly right now? I'm not actually sure where the best place will be. Like, I can probably beat, like, one of these peds, but 84 damage, 100 damage. We actually hit harder than our spell there. See, what we want is, like, big groups that we can get a lot of money out of. No solo Sage? Well, the solo Sage is just all magic, no armor and weapons, right? Once you've got access to... Around this point in the game where you got the spells, the Sage would be doing more damage than us per spell. The main weakness is just they would have less HP and stuff. I think they'd be slower early on, but late game they'd be absolutely, like, the strongest. Because they'd have access to blink strats as well. $70 damage, gross. Should I just be, like, tempering here? Yeah. I mean, I guess I can probably win this fight with a bit of work. Yeah, like I said, the Gygases, the Giants, they're a lot stronger than they were in vanilla in terms of, like, HP level. Interesting. So if I'm going to be doing a lot of melee, it's like I want like a sword that does a lot of damage. But I don't know, our attack rate is not great. We only get 2 swings. So it's hard to really win with melee. This could be a lot of value if we survive. So 700 XP, 200 gold. Yeah, animals, not great for money, I guess. Maybe you should have figured that out. So where do we get gold? I need, like, almost 100,000 gold. What if we use our staff? 70 damage, garbage. Yeah, the fact that they nerfed the casting items, I'm not a huge fan of. Being able to cast Fire 2 was strong, but, like, for free. But normally you couldn't get it this early. Like, you have to go to, what is it, the Sea Shrine to get the Mage Staff, I think. And by then, Fire 2 is not crazy strong. Like, it's nice, but it's not breaking the game. It's like, we'll get experience quickly here. So I can go to the Earth Cave. We could loot it up. There's not a lot of value in... And the Earth Cave sucks. Like, trying to grind in the Earth Cave is not a good play. Other than maybe the Hall of Giants. But it's just these fights over and over again, basically. I guess if we can get our intelligence high enough, we could try the Peninsula of Power again. We could... We can learn Firaga right now. Fire 3 with all the intelligence boosting items might be enough to just one-shot those Frost Wolves. That might be the way to do it. But we'll need a little bit more money to get started here. And I again, in vanilla, the Frost Wolves dropped a ton of money. So, like, in theory, that'll work great. Oh, I need a little bit... I need, like, 200 more gold. You get to see the effective flame fire elemental on the staff working on those trolls. They are weak to fire, so that's pretty good. Well, let's give ourselves a +5 int boost. So we're going from 26 to, like, 31. This should make a pretty big difference. Sure, it's less defense by 1, but I'll take that. I'll take that 5 intellect for sure. All right, and now we need 6 grand for the Sage's Surplus, just for maximum intellect. Now it shouldn't affect our melee attack, but I want to see like a big group. We should have a damage multiplier for our spells up a little bit here. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, we're killing these guys pretty quickly just with melee attacks. Shouldn't sleep on these battle mages melee. It's not that bad. But alright, here we go. Fair 2. Yeah, almost 300 damage to the trolls. That's getting there. Yeah, okay. But I will need to afford to buy the Fire 3 spell, which is another like 5,000 gold. So, you know, money. Funny how that's always my bottleneck. Yeah, I feel like the intellect boosting items have made a pretty big difference in our AoE spell damage. Yeah, over 300 damage for some of those hits. Am I going to skip Volcano? I usually do. I still think Gygas's will go down a bit. Well, if I can afford the haste spell too. Well, I can't. I can learn the haste spell. I just can't afford. I don't think we're winning this fight. Maybe I should be trying. Yeah, whatever. Giants are just too tanky for a poor little mage guy. I need to figure out somewhere to make even just like 10,000 gold quick. Just a quick loan. Can you put him to sleep? That's pretty good. And then immediately wake up. That's why I don't like sleep. It doesn't last long enough. That's a lot of work for one fight here. 450 gold. Not bad, but... I wonder if the modders really did nerf all the gold income. I need my MP back. I guess we could loot... Okay, what I'll do is I'll get enough gold here to buy my Sage's Surplus because I want the max intelligence. And then I will go back to Melmond, do a little dive into the Earth Cave, see how it feels. Try to get enough money to buy Fire 3, and then I'll try the Peninsula of Power, I guess. I mean, it also might be that we could just go kill Lich, but... I have a feeling we're going to really struggle on the third and further floors of the Earth Cave if we don't have... the Minerva's armor really gives us a whole bunch of defensive status effects we need. And hey, we're getting levels up like crazy, so... This is another, like, grind location. It's not my favorite. Melmond? Melmond is definitely... should be the name of a trash swamp town full of undead. No one likes Melmond. What is there to sell in the first 3 floors of Earth Cave? There's like a coral sword. Not much. It's really like bad for treasure. The fried egg poison. Yeah, I can see that. Our brain is cooked. Ooh, these ankegs are tough. Oh, we almost got him. Trouble is, I'm not like saving every single fight, so then one bad encounter puts me back too far. I could fight just giants in the Earth Cave. At least, maybe like double blink is enough for them. I don't know. Maybe double blink is the strat. Still get hit a little bit. But yeah, the money returns are just trash. Okay, I'm not very happy with this area as far as gold income is going. Like, experience, totally good. Gold, Because what I really wanted was to buy a whole bunch of high potions and stuff, and we're not getting the money for it. Alright, well we still got we got a flame staff and a wizard's hat. So it's not like we came out of there with 0 upgrades, but I knew I needed more money, and it just didn't quite pan out. So I still don't have the Protect Cloak, that's 14,000 gold. 6,000 gold for the Sage's Surplus, and like 50,000 gold for the armor I really want. Plus spells. Oops, wrong spell. I mean, I guess that's okay, but blink up. Let's see if we can double blink if that gets us through it. Still get hit. I'm not super confident that blink stacks if you keep casting it, but like sometimes it definitely feels like it does, and then other times it seems to do nothing, so. Okay, we'll head back to Melmond, like I said. We'll look at the only dungeon we have access to right now, technically. And these guys didn't sell anything good here anyway, so there's no shopping other than spells. Well, yeah, most solo runs, I didn't murder my friends. The goblins murdered them. And this is just a world, this is like a D&D setting where there's no revivification. There's no raise dead spell. So we just unfortunately got ambushed by goblins at level 1. They killed 3 out of 4 people, and then we had to make do without them. Oh, I know something you could try to grind on for money. So Thor was talking about like random drops being valuable. I do know Earth Elementals can drop a pretty valuable armor, but fighting Earth Elementals sucks. I mean, maybe I'll fight a couple to see what it looks like, but these guys are just terrible. That is stone of status effect. If it hits us, we're dead. That gives him higher damage, I think. Yeah. So if we get a lucky drop from these bad boys, that might be the fastest way to make gold, actually, I'm thinking. Because this is the knight's armor they drop, I think. It would probably be better if I had Fire 3, but I don't even know if we can reliably kill them. Well, that's 2 in a row. No drops. I don't know what the drop rate is, though. That's part of the problem. Like, it could be like a 1% drop. This is a lot of MP, too. They should be weak to fire. Certainly get XP. Honestly, we're killing them quicker than I thought I would. Let's just see what the flame staff does. 156? You know, that's not terrible. There. Ooh, we got one. Okay. Okay. Have I figured out a strat? Let's get out of here. Sell that. Get the better fire spell. See if I can get one or two more. I'm not sure how much they sell for, but I have a feeling it's going to be some significant coin. Maybe like 8,000 or 9,000. If you could get that drop in NES version, it would be worth, I think, 27,000 gold or something. Because they cost like 50 grand to buy or 55 grand to buy. Like, they're stupidly overpriced, that specific armor set. But I'm not sure it's worth as much in this version. Usually you can buy them in this town, but no one ever really does. Knight armor, 8 grand. I mean, that's still pretty good. That's probably faster than any other grinding method, right? That we've seen. I mean, it depends on the drop rate, but I can get better spell. I mean, I'm gonna want haste eventually. I spend all my money right now, but... So I would need like 51, 14, 6, about 75,000 golds. I need like 7 of those. No, more than 7. Nearly 10 of them to get all the armor I want from Crescent Lake. We don't have to fight the Lich right now. The first run into this dungeon is to deal with the vampire. If we feel confident, we could just try to deal with him first. Because we gotta do 2 dips no matter what. I just really want paralysis protection, right? As you can probably gather, the thing that's really slowing me down right now is this. Let's see how much damage Firiga does. You think Earth Cave is worse than Ice Cave? It's longer than Ice Cave. I put them pretty equivalent most of the time. I generally think Ice Cave is worse. More unrunnables. Sorcerers with trance and insta-death. It's pretty equivalent. I don't know. They're both terrible. Right now, we're just gonna go do some looting. A couple more treasure chests, some more earth elementals we could try. How's our melee doing? 76? Pretty terrible. Okay, basically garbage loot, as always. Yeah, Earth Cave is maybe worse for loot. Ice Cave at least has some good equipment. XCOM is on pause for a little bit there, Pixel. I'm very near the end, and the game is kind of falling apart. Like, it takes like 5 minutes to load a mission right now. I think the mod is struggling. Okay, let's see if Firiga, how much damage we can do here. 300? Maybe we can 2-shot it? Ooh, 470, nice. Now that'll burn through our MP pretty quickly, but that's a pretty fast fight. Yeah, it just comes down to what the drop rate is on this thing. We had one after like 3 or 4. This does feel pretty quick if we get the drops. But it looks like, I bet you the drop rate is pretty low. Yeah, that's it, we're out. So then we have to either use ethers, which are pretty expensive, or warp intent. Yeah, I don't know if it's my mod pack or just the game being in the late game. But, yeah, it's struggling. And I am also struggling with motivation. I'm very close to the end, but it's also super grindy. Okay, more treasure. This is the last treasure on the first floor. Ocean. Ooh. Like I said, earth loot, garbage. $430. We do a lot of damage with Firiga, though. We keep getting those intellect multipliers. Maybe another one at 35. That was a bad roll. Another bad roll. Come on, Flame Staff. Okay, well, I think we got lucky with our first Knight Armor drop. Ooh, I'm dead. Please go first and kill. Nice. Still need to heal up, yeah. I don't know how many Earth Elementals I've killed so far, but we've only gotten one armor drop, which was nice. Like, 8 grand was definitely a good drop of 8,000 GP worth of value, but if we're only going to get it once out of, like, 20 fights, it's not that good. So I'm still looking for a way to make quick cash. And I don't think this is the room for it. Alright. Good levels, bad GP still. Well, while we're here, we should probably go kill the, Well, why don't we try the Giant's Hallway? Yeah, that's what I thought, Thor. So there's this spot over here, which is a classically good grinding spot. Well, good, I say. Maybe I should do what I was saying originally and go to the Peninsula Power. Now that I've got Firiga, we probably can one-shot those Frost Wolves, right? Yeah, I think I've changed my mind. Let's get out of here. Because if we're grinding on the overworld, at least, you can recover MP cheap, which makes it better than grinding in a dungeon. Although warping obviously works pretty well. We'll save the vampire for a little bit later. We don't need to kill him right now. It doesn't really unlock anything other than more dumb dungeon that we don't like. And I really want to get that Minerva armor before we go down there. And the Protect Cloak. Also, you could just argue that the levels are all we really need. We get a lot of magic resistance as this class, more than like the melee units. So 94 magic resistance is getting better pretty quickly. Gotta ask Gaia for consent. It's her planet. But yeah, let's go head over to Provoca and provoke some Frost Wolves. I feel like my level is already probably good enough for Lich. It's more just, you know, I want my armor ready. I'm gonna buy as many tents as I can. Wow. I'm gonna buy some tents. And some saving, healing bag, sleeping bags. Sure. Because I think, again, like, it would be really nice to have ethers and high potions to go through the Lich fight. We might even need a few high potions to even survive it, because we have no healing spells. And we have, like, a regular potion just doesn't heal you enough to matter against a boss. Okay, well, I showed off the Peninsula Power once. Let's try again. Just want to see how much we can stick. How much can we hit things with our stick for? Still just 2 attacks, unfortunately. Get out of here, Ogre. Alright, here we go. Try number 2, Peninsula Power. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. This is not the one we want to fight, but we'll give it a try. It's a straight up T-Rex. Well, Allosaurus, whatever. I don't know, maybe we can punch him down. I wouldn't bet on it. We actually do pretty good damage, but you can see he's got like over 1,000 health. And he doesn't give you any gold. So sure, that gave me a whole bunch of experience. No problem there. But that's not why I came up here. I'm hoping that the Frost Wolves gives me good gold. Can we just run? Come on, Frost Wolves, please. I don't know if we can win this fight either. That's not enough damage. He's got like 700 health. Got one. Maybe? 900 bucks? Not really worth it. Unless they drop something really valuable, it's not going to do it. Okay, these are Frost Wolves. Let's see how we do here. We should kill them with Firaga, right? Ah, the gold drop is terrible. I swear that's less than vanilla. I swear. Maybe Zombles? Shining Force 3 again? Cool. Good game. I mean, long game. If you can finish that in a weekend, good job. Even Scenario 1 takes a long time, let alone the whole 3-pack. I mean, I'm pretty impressed by how quickly we can win these fights. Our magic damage is strong. So, like, this is another good grinding spot for levels. But the gold is just nothing. Come on, Zombles, you gotta be worth money, right? $500. Am I crazy, or is the gold just not the same as it used to be? Just punching a zombie bull down. I mean, 380, if you had 4 of them, it would be about 1,200 gold. I'm gonna look something up. Just bear with me a second here. You can even watch. Just for interest, how much gold do these give you? So the Zombles used to give you 1,000 gold per fight. That's not what we're getting anymore. What about Frost Wolf? Okay, typing is hard. They used to give 200. Okay, not that much. Yeah, I mean, maybe my memory is not super good. So what, do I just save up for like one more item and then give up? Or do we just try to kill the Lich with Firaga like this? I think the Protect Cloak would be really nice for some status protection. But then again, we are getting a lot of level ups. We're at 100 magic resist. Maybe I don't need to worry about it. Gold is a little bit hard to come by. I did get a 3rd attack. I mean, the other armor gives you +5 intellect, which would boost our spells up even more. Okay, compromise. We'll get one more level up here at the Peninsula Power, and then something, and then we'll get another level up. These are the fights I like, though. Assuming I get a turn. You know, if you get a turn, it's good. This might be too hard without full health. Yeah, I mean, even with full health. Wow, sometimes they crit and they just destroy you there. Maybe if I blinked, I don't know. Like I said, blink is not as reliable as it needs to be. It takes so long to get the stacks of it up. I still get hit through it anyway. I think I like blink better in Final Fantasy IV, where it was just like 2 guaranteed dodges or something. Just, it was reliable, it did the same thing every time, you know? Oh, it's a dinosaur. Okay, we'll fight a dinosaur there. It's fun, right? And we do get 50% more attacks than the last time we fought a dinosaur. 582 damage. You know, that's not bad. If we weren't playing the mod of balance, it would have one-shot it. Those guys have like 450 health or so. And they drop permanent strength up. That's, we're actually pretty strong. We're almost as strong as we are intelligent. And if we didn't have intelligent boosting equipment, we really would be stronger than smart. It's kind of funny. Well, 4,700. We're almost at another level up. So we'll get that level, like I said, and we'll get out of here. Ice shield. Those are worth a fair bit. Maybe... maybe we could sell that. Okay, punching the Zombull, not a good plan, without blinks and all the buffs, basically. The most OP boss killer starts with an S. I mean, all spells start with are 4 letters, right? Isn't that? In the NES, at least. Hit the books while you hit the gym? Yeah, exactly. I just imagine gym bros just carrying around bags of books. They don't read them, they just carry them around. Come on, get a turn. Yeah. Okay, level up. HP, MP, agility, stamina, luck, whatever. We get what we get. We could certainly grind more. You can always grind more. I'm going to say that's good enough for the moment. Stop stun. Power word stun only works if the boss has less than 200 HP, 300 HP, and is susceptible to status effects, so not against most bosses. Stop is the level 8 time elemental spell. Still has a pretty low accuracy. I mean, if it hits, it's good, but it won't work on chaos. He's resistant to time. I've never thought those were really very good against bosses myself. Well, we got a bit stronger. I do have enough money to buy the Sage's Surplus if I want just to go max intelligence. I don't know if there's any drops for that. I don't think it's a treasure chest we can find. Wish you could stand headphones while working out. I mean, you gotta get the kind of ear coverings that are comfortable, I guess. Some people like the ones that go inside, some people like the ones that hang around the outside. Some of the cool exercise equipment at the gym that I was at, you can just watch. You know, it has like a little monitor on the treadmill and the ellipticals and stuff. High tech. Do I care enough to go get that 5 intelligence? Sure. Gets me some more grinding. But you can't really stunlock bosses the way they can stunlock you. The boss, I believe, has a 25% chance to recover from paralyze every turn. At least in the NES version, they wake up from sleep instantly no matter what. And paralyze, I believe, is a 1 in 4. Which is okay, but not guaranteed to last very long. You get stunlocked very efficiently, though. We're one-shotting Onkegs here. That's pretty good. Our magic damage is definitely getting up there. So, like, buffing up. Less important to cast Blink and stuff if you could just win in one. Yeah. Ooh, they drop power up too. Getting stronger. I do need to sell that ice shield. I forgot about that. We might be able to buy Thundergun now too, actually. Yeah, we've got level 6 magic unlocked. Yeah, I don't really like exercising with things on my ears either. Like, I don't like things hanging from me. I never really like the interior ear, whatever those are called, the little guys that stick inside. They always kind of give me a headache. I mean, just get your own private gym, you play with speakers, you don't even need to worry about it. Thunder got 10 grand, yeah. Ooh, that's right, Comet, I forgot they changed, yeah, the spells are so different compared to, vanilla. This would be probably, I think Comet is non-elemental and pretty high single target damage. That might be good for a boss killing spell. I don't remember in Mod of Balance how well that works. And then white magic is useless, so all we're really looking at is black magic again. Yeah, private gym with your own TV or speaker system, yeah. Well, I could afford it. Do I go for the reliable... Like, what I really should buy is the Protect Cloak, because then I get status protection. If I buy the Surplus, this is 5 more intelligence, which means we do more general magic damage. Or, alternatively, we could buy a higher power elemental spell, or a single target, probably non-elemental spell. All right, Pixel, you go level up your sleep. Is there a list of the spells here? Yeah. Okay. Let me just get a quick glance. Comet is 1 target formula. 125 plus 25 per 2 ints. Magic damage, which is assumedly non-elemental. Not earth or anything like that. What am I using right now? Firiga? So it looks like... Oh, it's about twice as powerful as Firiga. Not counting elemental weaknesses, of course. I think that's pretty good. Especially for, like, a boss killer. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. 1 second, guys. Blue's been streaming for a couple hours. 3 hours. Definitely time to get up and stretch. Speaking of being healthy, right? I'm just gonna get a drink and go to the bathroom and all that usual stuff. But I will be right back in a couple minutes. Break text. Okay, see you guys in just a minute. Wind's picking up. Cool air's coming. It's gonna start raining tonight. It's gonna feel real nice to cool off this province, this country, this continent. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of a stretch. Usual health break. It's hard when you're streaming, I gotta say. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of live streamers that just go for like 10 hours straight and like never get up because they don't want to lose any audience. It's gotta be pretty bad for you. Like, you gotta drink water, you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta move your muscles a little bit. Prevent... So we were talking about being 40 recently. Prevent blood clots. Like, things like that. Like, don't kill yourself for sitting still too long. Alright. But I'm back. We're gonna do some more. So I was thinking on my break. Breaking is great for thinking too. The caveat with Comet is the next two bosses are actually weak to fire. So although Comet has higher base damage, however the math works out exactly, 125 plus 25 per 2 intelligence, better scaling, better base compared to Firaga. But vampires, undead, lich, all susceptible to fire. So they think they take 50% more, although it's a little bit better than that because there's also like a saving throw mechanic. And they are more likely to fail their saving throw and take double. So even if it was like exactly twice as much damage difference, the non-elemental, they wouldn't have a like disadvantage on their saving throw kind of thing. Not exactly like that, but it's like minus 40 to the roll or something. But yeah, I think that makes the fire spell stronger against them, and it is less MP. Actually, no, it's a little bit more, but that doesn't matter. I think what I think is, having looked at the sort of basic formulas there, is that I just want more intelligence to stack up the damage, and I will eventually buy the level 6 spells after we kill the lich. So we're gonna buy, even though I don't get my status protections or anything, we're gonna buy more intelligence. This is how you do it. You get smarter by wearing a cool robe. Sure, we're losing some defense, but you just go first and kill everything, right? No problem. And that saves a bit of money, because I actually might need the ethers if we're relying on these, on magic to clear stuff, basically. So a few ethers and the high potions I was talking about as well are kind of mandatory. Interestingly, it'd be nice to see how much holy water does to undead. It's probably not as much as Firaga, but that would be another potential way of doing it. Yeah, no, I drink a lot of water too, for sure. I feel like, as now I'm 40, or 41 actually, I think. I could probably pee like every hour when I'm drinking regularly and I'm home, but, you know, it doesn't mean you have to. It's just comfort level, right? In the summertime when I'm drinking tons of water, I mean, it used to be like when you're drinking beers with your buddies or whatever, and you know, back and forth like constant. I'm sure once every few hours is healthy enough. It's only when you're holding it for like 5-6+ hours is really a problem. Four hours of competitive cheer. Wow. All right. That's a lot of sitting around watching girls throw people in the air. Water. Hydro homies for sure. No, I've always been on board with drinking lots of water. I picked that up pretty young. Thankfully. This is the kind of fight where that comet spell would be pretty solid, I think, actually. Yeah. Anyway, let's go kill the lich. Well, vampire and lich. We'll get some progression here. I'm feeling confident. I might lose it all as soon as I get to the Earth Cave, but we'll see how it goes. They certainly dehydrate you in the morning after, unless you drink a lot of water. That was another trick I remember in college, the college days. I was, you know, me and my buddies. I had pretty good health. We were all like lifeguard, kinesiologist kind of kids, and we understood biology maybe better than some of the frat boys, I guess. So for us, we were most of the time back when I was younger doing the drinking stuff. It was like drink a beer, have a glass of water, drink a beer, have a glass of water, or have a shot, have a glass of water, something like that. We mixed and matched it pretty regularly and almost never had nasty hangovers. So if you're young, the trick to avoiding the majority of bad party hangover is to just drink more water. It's kind of, you know, most of the hangover is dehydration. It's like, it's not really a secret, but, you know, not everybody thinks of it, I guess. I guess it might slow down your buzz a bit if you're staying really hydrated. You probably won't get drunk as quick, but, you know, that's not always bad either. Yeah, you gotta go to the bathroom more often. You probably get inebriated a bit slower, just because it's more diluted. But it's probably better for your liver and everything else, too. So, you know, you're not going to be 20 forever. Eventually you'll be 40 or 50, and you might want that liver. Old Man Blue tells the young kids how to go drink. Yeah. But, really? Alright, let's do some more dungeon. So we cleared the first floor well enough. I will probably pick up all the treasure, although it's, like, mostly useless, or mostly garbage, I guess, whatever you want to call it. I don't have a ton of MP, but we can warp out. Warping out makes it so much easier. Normally you do not have access to the warp spell until after this dungeon. There's no way to get teleportation magic before you beat the Lich. So you have to walk up and down every time, which is annoying. We don't have that limitation. I guess it depends on, like, how your body metabolizes the alcohol. But, like, I know 100% having a belly full of food slows down the, whatever it's called, like, the absorption of the alcohol, like, 100%. Most drugs are like that. Like, just having more stuff in your stomach slows down most of those kinds of effects. Maybe pure water's not enough, but that's part of it. We stayed, you know, we ate meals and drank water while we were drinking alcohol, so. Doesn't mean we didn't get drunk, it just took a while. One beer and buzz. No, that's not necessarily age-related, that's just practice. I don't actually know the last time I had a beer myself. Yeah, one beer would probably get me buzzed. If you haven't drank any, it doesn't take much. You definitely build up a tolerance for stuff like that. Boom. Not quite. Being able to basically one-shot Earth Elementals, that feels good. I'm feeling more confident doing this dungeon. I mean, he could still have one-shot killed us with Stone Touch, but so far so good, no resets. And I actually think what we're really going to be relying on, although it's hard to see it in effect, it's the magic resistance stat that's going to be making this. Like, the reason I was comfortable coming down here, it's not because we're crazy powerful, it's because we have over 100 magic resistance. Which is, I think, around the point where, you know, you might not instantly get turned to stone by these birds we're about to run into. Friggin' birds. These birds in this dungeon are the worst. But yeah, one-shotting all these groups feels nice. You can run from them. I'm gonna go pick up all the treasure. If I didn't feel very confident, this would be a pretty big mistake, because this is an easy way to get killed. For sure. And I think the loot is, like I say, basically, there's no loot in the Earth Cave that's really worth your time. Like, you could skip every treasure chest and miss nothing. Here we go. Let's try holy water against undead. Is it worth any... Is it good at all? It did like 400 damage to everything. So you know what? Yes, it's pretty good. Definitely scales based on your intelligence. We can buy holy water, and that's a way to kill undead pretty efficiently. I mean, sure, I can spend 10 MP to do it, but that holy water did more damage. And an ether costs 1,000 for 50 MP. Holy water is 80. The holy water is more expensive. Or sorry, not 80. 800 gold for 1 cast is definitely more expensive than 1,000 gold for like 5 casts. But we got him for free. Yeah, the damage is good. Maybe I'll pick some of those up before I go to the ice cave. The ice cave has a lot of undead as well. And even more powerful undead. These guys, usually we use Thundera, but I don't have any. My bad. We can just kill them with our punching. So far, no resets in the Earth Cave. Which is pretty lucky. And I'm, you know, doing all the looting. That stone gaze, that can definitely kill us. 1,000 bucks. All that for 1,000 gold. Barely worth it. Yeah, all the treasure in this place is just... Hard not to feel like you're getting ripped off in the Earth Cave. Alright, level 29. Here we go. Boss fight. Let's do this thing. So, Vampire... He's going to try to paralyze me, so I think we just go for... Just try to kill him quick. 400 damage. I don't know how much HP these guys have. Normally that would have been a one-shot. Because they had like 200 or 250. Okay, 2-shot. Good enough. No problem. And like I was saying, normally we have to walk all the way out. So that's only half a dungeon. We are so good. The warp spell really makes this like at least half as difficult. Maybe more. There's no compounding, like running out of MP problems. Feels pretty good. Alright, a little bit of fetch questy stuff. Nothing too much to worry about here, hopefully. Although, again, I remember with my knight, my solo knight when I was test running this, he was still getting killed constantly at this point in the game. You know, more physical offense and defense, but no way to AoE enemies down, and a lot more stun lock potential. Less magic resistance. Maybe the high magic resistance characters really will be easier in this mod to solo. I guess the real test will be to bring out like one of the white mages or the sage. Because the sage is like 0 defense, 0 HP, all magic. But I believe they get a lot of magic resistance. And that still might honestly make them easier than the physical units. I mean, magic is very strong anyway, so. Just being able to fireball entire groups. Yeah, I mean, feels good, right? Yeah. It's been a while since I've had to reset. Is our agility actually good now? Like, I feel like we're running more reasonably, too. 18 agility is not very much, but... Maybe I'm just getting lucky. The RNG may favor me on the runs. Alright, so we kill the vampire to get the rod. We take the rod to the old man to get... Or sorry, no, we kill the vampire to get the ruby. We use the ruby to bribe the stone golem. When we visit the old man gives us this rod. We use the rod to open the path in Earth Cave. The guy is really not going to be happy with us. Boom, tiger dead. As much as these games are built on old school first edition D&D, did anyone fight anywhere near this many random encounters in tabletop in like the old days. I know it was a bit more random encounter table than it is in modern D&D, but man. Imagine having to do like 10 random encounters between the town and the dungeon. I need a long rest. I need a long rest. No, you didn't bring enough tents. Alright, this time we're gonna go kill that lich, probably. I did pick up some random drops. Most of these things aren't super valuable. Strength Tonic, it's kind of like the Temper spell, sort of. Can you make a request for a Dragon Quest III HD 2D? I have Let's Play Dragon Quest III already on the channel. Not the remake, but the Super Nintendo. Well, actually, technically a remake. But not the NES original, but the Super Nintendo one, which I think is a really good version, honestly. What am I doing? I don't know why I was meleeing that hole down. Thinking about Dragon Quest. I've heard that the HD remakes of the DQ games are looking pretty good. Dragon Quest III is pretty long. Maybe. It is a really good game. I think I was planning, if I was going to go more Dragon Quest, I think I was planning to continue on to like Dragon Quest 4, 5, 6. I don't think I did those yet. And I really like 4 and 5. Should probably try not to spend all my magic. Still a couple more floors to go here. But you can always make a request. It's just, yeah, my Let's Play backlog is kind of insane these days. I've got so many games I'd like to do, so little time. Dragon Quest XI is good, for sure. If you like DQ11, you'd probably like the older ones. Like, if I had to recommend one, I generally recommend starting with DQ5. It is really good. Graphics are like Super Nintendo era, but good. Story is like one of the best, maybe the best? I don't know. Everyone's got their favorites, but... You have to like old school JRPGs in general, but I mean, it's hard to find a series that isn't as well loved as Dragon Quest. Sort of wish I'd kept the Thundera spell just for dealing with all these wizards, but I think I use fire more often. More enemies are weak to fire than need thunder to kill. So we're getting more treasure chests here on the 4th floor. I don't think any of this is worth anything either, but... that's a lot of enemies. I guess we'll blow them up. The damage output on the Pilgaigus is still pretty high. We're doing fine for potions. I've got some ethers, but yeah. I can basically fill my MP up once. I think I want to do more running. Technically, you save steps by warping back there if you've got the warp spell. If you're trying to... I used to play a lot of NES randomizers, and you do get the warp spell early in that. So some of these dungeons, I've got some of the speedrun strats down. Some of them. DQ8 is your favorite? Is that the one on... 6 was the Super Nintendo, 7 was PlayStation 1, 8 was PS2. I don't actually think I played that one very much. 9 was on the 3DS or something, right? I played... Because I never had the PlayStation 2 of my own. when I was little. Well, not little, when I was in like college. I had friends with it, but you know, I didn't get to play 50-hour RPGs at their house. Yeah, most of the treasure here. Really, Earth Cave, treasure garbage. Yeah, I think I played some of DQ8, but not too much. But I think I've played pretty much all the other ones, other than the, wasn't one of them sort of MMO or something online? I can't remember anymore. Okay, we're almost at the final floor. Still, have we had a death yet in our revisit here? I think we're kind of crushing it. I'm only like half paying attention, but it feels like this is looking pretty good. Hey there, Earth Girl. Earth Medusas usually don't exist in the Earth Cave, oddly enough. They are a late game enemy. I really think that magic resistance is really saving the day. Okay, well, we got here. We've got our MP. If we can't win with 100... we'll spend all our ethers, whatever. I don't want to have to redo this dungeon. Let's go. First Fiend. Things should speed up pretty quick after this, though, assuming we can take this guy out. So, I do have access to all the null spells. Originally, that was my plan. But now it might just be, like, DPS him down. 250 is not much. 520, that's more like it. Come on, big rolls. 360, we dodged a sleep, I think. See, every time he hits us in melee, we could be stunned, and we lose, basically. But magic resistance protects us. And therefore, we beat the Lich first try, no trouble. Alright. Mages seem stronger at solo than melee. And this is like a mixed mage, but still. I'll have to try a pure mage after this. The early game will be tough. Probably more difficult with a pure mage for the first 10 levels. But this is feeling really strong for solo right now. Compared to vanilla, like, we have better armor, better, like, because usually in vanilla you don't have access to stat boosting items until you do the bonus dungeons, which you could never start until after this Lich, basically. Now we'd open up the first bonus dungeon. I'm probably not going to go do them, but you have access to some, you know, stat boosting items at this point in the game, if you want. But if you're just playing through, like, the vanilla route, you don't get that stuff. I guess I could pick up my last level 5 spell. We're gonna get poison damage? I think poison is pretty good element in the water dungeon, because most of the water enemies are weak to lightning or poison. Or at least not weak to poison, but they're neutral to poison. In the original game, there's no poison damage, so I don't memorize anything weak to poison usually. I'll pick it up. I don't think stun is very good. I know someone in chat was like, yeah, I love stun locking. I don't like status afflicting spells. Very, very rarely have I seen a game where status afflicts are valuable. Persona being maybe the only series that I like, and you kind of have to use status affliction spells. But like almost everything else, status spells suck. So how's our DPS now on these bad boys, on Kings? They probably resist poison. They should be poison elemental themselves. So. And that's it. A lot of enemies are probably resistant to poison, because scorpions can do poison. Snakes can probably do poison. So this is why I normally wouldn't even value this. Like, it's the Bane spell in vanilla, and it doesn't do damage, just insta-death. But if you resist poison, it doesn't work on you very well. So the only enemy in the original game that I remember being weak to poison is literally Tiamat. And not super weak, just you can kill her with Bane. Alright, we made it back to Crescent Lake. That was speedy. Let's sell our garbage, because we want to buy more magic, and also, if I can afford it, I would really like that Minerva's armor now. Yeah, full clear of Earth Cave didn't even get us very much. It's kind of what I was thinking would happen. But I can get the Protect Cloak, which is still a really good upgrade. So this one gives us some status protection, death. Like, we're not going to get insta-killed by death elemental stuff now. Which means we could do the volcano next. One of the worst things in the volcano is the perilous bird things that just insta-kill you. We actually should be immune to that. And then I could do the dungeons in, you know, order rather than sequence breaking them. And you do get a lot of... The volcano is good for treasure loot. Yeah, death, you know, death elemental status kill. I still don't think it's as good as other statuses. Thundaga for lightning. I like taking advantage of elemental weaknesses, so that's why we go with Thundaga and stuff. There's definitely, I know some enemies are weak to lightning, and I can take advantage of that. I didn't have enough money for Quake yet. So we have three options. We can go to the Castle of Ordeals and get basically nothing. If you're playing vanilla, you can get some good stuff in the Castle of Ordeals. But in the mod of balance, the Ordeal Castle kind of sucks. Most of the loot you get is nerfed. So I'd say that's a bad choice. We go to the Ice Cave, which is very dangerous. The loot is passable, but the main thing is you can get your airship, and at that point we can go beat the game. But, you know, whatever. At that point, we can unlock the entire world and do whatever we want. I kind of think I'd do Volcano first, surprisingly, just to see how it looks in order. I very, very rarely do them in order on a challenge run. But I think that's enough ethers and high potions to probably carry us through. You know, unfortunately, the volcano enemies tend to be weak to ice. We don't have the Blizzaga spell yet. You can't really get that unless you completely sequence break it, basically. Alright, I've sort of convinced myself. Let's just reset out of that. Ambush. It's mostly because I have the Protect Cape, actually. If I didn't have protection from Death Elemental, I probably wouldn't be doing this. But alright, let's do it. Actually, that makes the, what am I trying to say? That make the Death Protection makes the Ice Cave a fair bit safer, too. There's a couple enemies that can cast insta-death there as well. But there's worse stuff in the Ice Cave. I would say, overall, the Ice Cave is probably a harder dungeon than the Volcano. But you get more, like, gear progression by going there first. Now, if you're playing vanilla, you also want to get your promotion on. And Ice Cave will let you head towards your promotion. Which is not something we can do in this mod. So that... another incentive to not really worry about it. Oh, are these guys strong against fire? I guess we're just blinded. Being blinded still sucks. Yeah, I still need more status protection. There are ribbons in a couple areas that can give you status protection to everything. Assuming we can equip them. Not everyone can equip them in this mod. Do I do all the looting? Sure. I need the money. So these are the fire version of the elementals. They hit real hard. We might be able to win this fight. Good turn order. Another level up. Probably needed it. Alright, we're not gonna... let's not underestimate the volcano. As much as I generally think it's easier than the Ice Cave. Especially if you skip all the treasure, you can zip right to the end. But I like looting, and I need the experience and gold anyway. Oh man, these giants. Horned devils suck as well. Let's the Gargoyles from NES. Yeah, no luck. Well, we had a death here. We made it through the Earth Cave with no deaths, so maybe this place is a bit more dangerous. I will say, though, I'm probably less experienced in the volcano as a general rule. I actually don't think these are weak to ice. They're like D&D devils, so they're like resistant to all the primary elements generally. And then they fly, so they probably resist Earth entirely as well. I'm not sure if there's anything that works on flying devils, like, effectively. So these are the guys that I hate. Pyralisks insta-kill you, but we should be protected from it, so that's one less real threat right now. Can we... I don't think you can... I can never remember if you can run from fire elementals. I think it's no running from fire, earth, and water elementals, but air you're allowed to run from for some reason. Just programming quirks. So I'll probably get one more treasure chest, and then I warp out and save and heal and all that. We'll split up some of the dungeon here, because I'm doing a lot of looting that I don't normally need to do, and I think I know where the good loot is, and there's not much that we need anyway. But it is sellable, right? That's the main thing. I guess that's why most people skip the volcano, because you can sequence break this dungeon very easily. It's because the loot is like good. It's an upgrade from the Earth Cave, but you're about to replace it all anyway, and you can skip this upgrade entirely and come back and just stomp on it, stomp on the whole dungeon. A lot of on-kegs. Let's try that Thundaga. I don't think I've used it yet, have I? Yeah, pretty good spell. Alright, I'm gonna go up, get some treasure. And also, part of the problem is, like, the game... I feel like the developers, whoever designed, like, how much treasure was in these chests, they, like... They didn't scale it up enough, right? Like, in the Marsh Cave, 800 gold in a treasure chest, that's fine. But this is like 2 major dungeons later. You need like 5 to 10 times as much for it to be like a similar level reward. 800 gold at this point is basically nothing. So it kind of just feels bad that, you know, you get these treasures. It doesn't actually feel like it progresses you, you know. I'm actually going to run out of healing potions. Interesting. I guess my armor is a bit on the low end, because I didn't buy that Minerva thing yet. Another knight's armor. It's worth lots. That's probably a mistake. Ready for some Cloud of Darkness, I think? And Final Fantasy 3, such a good soundtrack. Mithril Axe, Mithril Shield. Like, I suppose it's pretty hard to get this far without any Mithril gear. I don't know. You'd have to go through Crescent Lake and buy nothing. So, like, what's the point of these treasure chests giving you stuff that you've got ages ago, right? Okay, that's probably the last backtrack out. Hopefully we can wrap it up in one more loop. Oh, I forgot to turn message speeds up. Sheesh. What color is our hero? Kind of crimson. Forgot about this. I want to do this at the beginning. I don't know. What color do I want? Yeah, something like that. It kind of matches his color scheme, right? I meant to do that at the beginning of the stream. Just totally forgot. And we could have been skipping text even faster. We could be done this dungeon by now if I'd turned the message speed up. Silence. We definitely need silence protection for our mages if we want them to be... Is this unrunnable? Why can we not run? That's one of the things that kind of sucks about Final Fantasy is there are unrunnable random encounters, but they don't tell you they're unrunnable. So you just end up trying to run and failing, thinking you're not fast enough. But it's actually impossible. I think in the Pixel Remaster, they just tell you it's unrunnable or something. I forget. I didn't think Ogre Mages were unrunnable, but it certainly is looking like it. And it's not the monster specifically, it's the encounter formation that's... sets you off. Yeah, that really stinks if that's unrunnable. Well, I'm gonna have to be careful with our healing potions. There's only so many left. There are no encounters in the lava, that's why we walk in the lava the most. If you can walk only on fire tiles, you take a little bit of damage, but it's less than fighting monsters. Alright. Almost to the bottom. Second last floor. Again, most of the treasure kind of worthless, but I'm gonna get it all. Alright. Okay, then we just run away instantly. So, was I just getting, like, terrible luck? Okay, yeah. Ice Brand and Flame Shield. This is usually the treasure room you care about if you're playing through it in order, because those are actually upgrades at this point in the game, usually. Fire Lizards, better known as Agamas. Great for grinding if you're a melee character. Oh. 155 gold. Black Cowl is something unique. I'm just going to look at what it can do, because it's not something normally you can equip as a mage. And I don't think it's going to be good for us, but I'm just curious here. Usually it's like ninja gear, right? Black Cowl. Did you sort it by something? Black Cowl. Yeah, 3 strength, 3 stamina, 3 agility, immune, or at least resistant to sleep with some evasion bonus. That's pretty good, and it's worth a lot of money. So that's an upgrade too. Just the fact that there's at least some loot in here that's, like, this is from Mod of Balance. This isn't from the Dawn of Souls remake. But just having at least a few items that are actually upgrades, or even if you don't want them, sellable for good money, definitely helps these dungeons out quite a bit. I think this is a set encounter tile. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, there's only like one more room left. Do we kill Agamas? We definitely can. So these tiles on the left of these chests have Agamas. This is a classic grind point for a lot of FF runs. It's probably not in my run, because they're resistant to fire, which is like my free attack. Didn't I have something else that did something? That's kind of a waste. But yeah, they have more HP than they do in vanilla. We don't actually resist fire ourselves, so we don't take reduced damage. So, probably not worth it. Last floor. We go for loot. Oh, man. This is one of those unrunnable, annoying encounters for sure. I will say the mod of balance usually makes the final floor of every boss dungeon quite a lot more... Like, the encounters on the final floor are way more dangerous than previous levels. Here's your dragon! We definitely don't need to fight him, but let's try. He's hit me pretty hard. A double blink, null blaze, heal up a bit. Then we'll do the full set. We'll go haste. We'll go temper. Actually, I should probably just use comet. But I'll try melee. 540? Ah, that's good. 2 hits? Okay. I over-prepared. All that for a flame mail, which we didn't really need. But, hey, we got to show it off. The power of having blink, haste, temper, don't underestimate. This fire giant is kind of dangerous too here. Okay. Comet? 400 damage. Not crazy good. I don't know if I can run from these. I don't want to risk it. We're almost at the end. Oh, they're going for mute. Don't you dare. Okay, truth is you can run. Alright. Freaking game. Encounter rates. Alright, ether it up. We got another boss fight on our hands. Basically just zoomed through the entire volcano, but let's see how this goes. So because I didn't get the Minerva armor, we never got any status or like elemental protection. But Null Blaze is a backup. Yeah, so fire's not gonna be too bad. Let's see how Comet does. 500 damage? That's okay. 700 damage? That's sweet. 500 to 700 damage is probably more than we're going to be able to do with our melee. And we got her. Okay, Comet? Yeah. Nice. And we got Ashura. I think if you had like some sort of ninja type unit, that'd probably be a good sword for them. It might just be the sword they sold at Crescent Lake though, in which case... garbage. I mean, it's okay. It's not that great. Okay, that's 2 fiends done. Volcano, like I said, we could have skipped it, come back and just steamrolled it, but turns out that probably got me enough money for my armor, right? Which is kind of what I wanted. And I do think... I mean, we'll find out in a minute. But I still think that the volcano is easier than the ice cave. So getting a few more levels out of there, getting slightly better armor and spells, I think that's probably worth it. Piranha! Oh no, Piranha. Fun fact, in vanilla FF1 NES, river encounters are split between the north and south half of the world. So they're easier down here and more difficult in the upper northern continents. In the GBA remake, I don't know why, and I think it's the same in the Pixel Remaster actually, but in this version for sure, they mixed them together, so there's only one river encounter zone, which means you can fight later enemy river monsters earlier on, which is a little bit unfair, but it's not a big difference. Anyway, yeah, flame armor we can equip, but we're gonna sell all this stuff, yeah. It's actually pretty good value in terms of drops. Ice swords. Yeah, we got some money here. That's good. We got that knight armor. Well, it's not worth that much. We got a great sword. It's not that great. Alright, see you later, Chris. I might be going on. I have a meeting tonight for co-op Depends on how long it takes me to game. The rush will be will I be done in 2 hours? Because it might not take too long to. If we start accelerating here, I might be done. So I'll see you later if you make it. All right, we got 119,000 buckaroos. I definitely want Minerva's robe. Now it's going to drop our intelligence a little bit, but this gives us our first status protection. First, like, good. Well, we've got protect cloak, but this gives us more, and it's also probably worth it. I mean, yes, we're dropping our damage a bit, but now I don't have a glove slot. Interesting. They don't sell any unique gloves here. I guess I could have bought a. We could have bought mithril gloves or something somewhere, but I don't think that's worth going back for. I will hold on to my Sage's surplus because it is intelligence boosting, so there might be a time where I prefer that. I usually prefer, DPS. And I can afford Quake now, I guess. Sure. Okay. Volcano complete. Ice Cave, you're next. Definitely keep buying ethers. High potions. Yeah, we can stack up quite a few of those. The Holy Waters, I'll buy some. They're pretty expensive for what you get. But yeah, we should have more than enough consumables for the Ice Cave. And once we get out of the Ice Cave, then we go flying. And then we need like 200,000 gold. I just spent all my money, but I really maybe could have saved it for the next big shopping trip. Then again, once we can fly, there's a lot of money to pick up. But I'll show you guys. If you've never seen the mod of balance, this is kind of why I was telling Thornum that the drop chances probably don't matter, because unless we could get it already, we're about to basically bypass rare drops entirely, I think. Assuming we can survive this dungeon. But yeah, those red piranhas are usually in the northern rivers. We could try poison, I don't know. They're probably weak to lightning, but poison killed them good. And they dropped an X potion. That's full healing. Usually in GBA FF1, those are super rare, and if you're doing a solo run, you want to save them to the end of the game to fight chaos. However, in the mod of balance, you can buy them. So. Yeah, we're doing over 600 damage with our elemental weaknesses now. That feels pretty good. Tent up. Save up. I will try to do Ice Cave without, like, save scumming in the middle. It might not work. But I'm feeling pretty strong. What it really comes down to is, do I get ruined by, status? Like, do I get insta-killed or something? But where's those holy potions? Holy water. Let's see how these guys do. Spectres are pretty high level undead. 300 damage each. Ooh. Okay, if we get permanent stat up drops, I will save for that. Hopefully we don't have to reset, but those are too valuable. We can be killed by stone. We're not immune to stone, I don't think. So the cockatrice, the bluebirds, they can one-shot us. Pisco demons are annoying because, you can't run from them. Making good progress, though. First run. No encounters is always nice. Alright. Let's fireball them. I think our run chance is going to be worse than our just kill them in one spell shot. Although we are getting burned by that ice. Or chilled by that ice, whatever you want to call it. I do think the Minerva armor gave us half damage from ice spells, though. So that's one of the reasons we're still alive. Ooh, vampire fight could be pretty dangerous. This is not a vanilla encounter. Yeah, if that paralyze hit, we could be dead. He is way tankier than a vanilla vampire. I think they have, like I said, around 200 to 300 HP. We'll throw some holy water. Why not? Might as well use it. Getting those levels. Just keep my HP maxed out and I'll be okay. So, Dark Wizards. I don't know if... Yeah, they're not that tough. There's a free Sage's Surplus, so it did exist. Usually that was cloth, like garbage. And this encounter... so that's a real Mind Flayer, not just a Pisco Demon. Bad boy, he does Death Touch. And that is bad. And stun trance stuff. One of the worst enemies in the base game. Probably, I would say perhaps groups of, they were called sorcerers back then. They are perhaps the worst encounter in the entire base game. Now, can I still cheese this? In the NES version, I forgot how it worked on the GBA version. In the NES version, you teleport up to the same tile you fell down, so you can bypass the entire loop. Also, max MP drop. Those are good. So I can't trick this game out and skip an entire loop. They tried to trance me. Holy water should totally work on vampires, right? I mean, it works, just not enough damage. We are resisting paralysis and stuff very efficiently right now. But, any of these encounters could be the end of us, really. I can't resist putting a save down. We've come too far. Still no deaths in this place. This is a silly encounter, too. I don't need to take this fight, but... We're flexing right now. And we're grinding for experience. These white dragons, you know, they pay the bills. We one-shot them with Furiga if you're lucky. That's pretty sweet. And I will need the levels. It's not like we're beating Chaos at level 35, so... Okay, we got a first strike. Boom. Get out of here. Get boomed again. Yeah. I think it's worth it. Again, I'm going for all the treasure, which is questionable. At least these chests give you lots of money. Another reason the Ice Cave is probably better for loot than the volcano. We just get like 50,000 gold here. If you really want to grind on Winter Wolves, this is a trap tile, so you can just fight these guys forever if you like it. Viking Axe, I don't think is amazing. It's a bit more damage than a staff. Doesn't impress me all that much. Maybe it gives you some strength or something. Alright, the first loop almost complete. I can't remember if you can run from them. Ice Gyguses, I think, are unrunnable. So better to just burn them down than to try to run and fail. Yeah, Infinite Wolves. I don't know if you've ever run Winter Wolves in D&D before. They are actually very deadly. They're not a super high challenge rating monster, but they basically all get like breath attack, ice breath attack, like a small dragon. It adds up fast. Pretty cool enemy, I think. I mean, that's one of the fun things about Final Fantasy 1. Every enemy in the game, other than a couple, I'm going to say out of the 150 enemies, 140 of them have a direct D&D monster they stole from. Yeah, no, they're Winter Wolves are not to be messed with. You think Dire Wolves are tough, then you find a real Winter Wolf. We're burning through those heal potions and the ethers, but that's just the life of a mage. You bring all the ethers. Boy, if only you could have ethers in D&D. That would not be fair. Wizards just casting their best spells forever. Alright, first loop complete. We just gotta win this fight. I am gonna save because these guys can cheat. They can just insta-kill you if they feel like it. I will... I don't know what element to do. Probably just Thundaga. Not very good damage. They might resist Thunder. Maybe just Comet one down. These are effectively Beholders, if you're wondering. Alright, Comet is pretty good. And we are done. So usually we have to walk our way out of the dungeon. Not anymore. This is a spell that should exist in D&D. Some sort of exit dungeon spell. I mean, I know there's like teleportation circle and stuff, but not necessarily go anywhere in the world. Just leave the place you're stuck in right now. There's a pretty high level word of recall spell for clerics. That'll take you back to a town or something, but I don't even need that. I just want to get out of the dungeon. You know? Maybe like a ritual. It takes 10 minutes or something. You know? I think a lot of players would appreciate like the security of knowing they could leave. Well, like I said, video game spell, every spell in FF1 is stolen from D&D. They might have tweaked them a little bit, but they all started in D&D, interestingly enough. So, warp and exit are just copying teleportation circle and word of recall. They just work a little differently, but I still think if you played high level first edition D&D, you probably always had something like word of recall to teleport back to your home base. It's just... I don't know... I haven't seen any clerics... I'm kind of taking the long way here. I haven't seen it happen in 5th edition, but the spell still exists, I think. But it's like maybe a 6th level white magic spell or cleric spell. So, not too many people play high level, I guess, is the real thing. Like, if we're level 37, the equivalent D&D level right now would be... we have level 7 spells unlocked. There's no level 9, so we would be like level probably 14 or 15 in terms of D&D. 5th edition D&D at least. So we would be crazy high level by now. Enough that you can smack down liches and beholders in groups. Makes sense. Next boss is a Kraken. Eventually Tiamat. Tiamat is a challenge rating 30 monster in 5th edition. Kind of hard to imagine a group taking him out. Alright, we got our wings. Now things go fast. So we've got 90,000 gil, but we're gonna sell everything and see how much more we can get. There is a tax first. Before we go buying cool swords and stuff. Let's go do the tax. And we gotta go buy some story. We gotta go buy some plot progression. There's a little bottle up here that requires a bunch of money. Oh no! A regular Ankylo. These guys are evil. It's not blue at all. Drop a comet on them. Extinction. Extinction attack. Go. Go, quick. These guys are deadly. Yeah, we gotta buy a bottled fairy. Okay, that... So the trick is, in the mod of balance, this is when money is all you need to win the game now. Normally, you cannot just go back in here and buy endgame weapons, but in this mod, you can. So, I don't know what the best one for us will be, but this is all bonus dungeon, post-game content stuff normally. Now, I think it's balanced in the mod of balance to just be late-game equipment, not, like, post-game content. But the Genji stuff will give us all our status protections. You know, there's some pretty strong swords. Not a lot of casting gear, though. We might find somewhere else that has, like, better casting equipment. Although the Genji gloves... Hold on. This is one thing I will check here while I'm here. Because I have a little bit of money. I actually have a little bit more money, because I can sell stuff. I want to see everything battle mages can equip. And we're looking at gloves. So Genji gloves are the best gloves in terms of defense. There is no glove that gives you, like, intelligence. And it protects us against ice and turn to stone. That's pretty good. So let's just buy it, I guess. That's what I'm thinking. Being killed is no fun. Alright, Genji gloves get... Yeah, we're going to be incredibly well armored once I can afford all this stuff. Okay, sell old gloves, ice, mithril, axe, ice, falchions, flame swords. Alright, so we still have 30,000 golds. Let me see if the Genji glove is worth saving up for us. So we're currently going Wizard's Hat, which is the intelligence hat. If all we care about is intelligence, it's the best. But the Genji helm does give some intelligence and more status protections, like sleep. Ribbons are the best, because they resist basically everything. But I'm not sure... We might be able to go get one right now. But they wouldn't give us the intelligence. I think the Genji helmet is better if we can get all the protections from other equipment. But if you can't, then the ribbon is obviously the way to go. Other options, there's a Genji shield, of course. Yeah, this stuff is usually like super rare, like post-game dungeon, whatever they're called. Shields. Genji shield. Not technically the best shield, interestingly enough. But fire, dark, paralysis, more good protections. The Elven Cloak, which I think I could have bought. Well, it's very expensive. Somewhere I think we can buy it. That does give me 1 intelligence. Not really very much. I'd say the status protections are better on the Genji anyway. Anything else worth planning for? I mean, Genji armor or red jacket. Basic Genji armor, incredibly good. Also resists a bunch of statuses that are very hard to resist. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, probably the way to go. The red jacket looks to be a little bit lesser. So the Genji armor is just better. Also has, like, maximum defense. So we're going to be, like, fully armored, like, max defense mage. That still has high intelligence. You know, not quite the maximum. Although I'll be giving up... So the Minerva's Robe does give me, like, mind and stuff protection. Not sure what mind counts for exactly. But we don't have to sell them all. Like we can hold on to some. Alright, well, I'm out of money for the moment, so we're going to go gather up some gold. But, like I said, that was one of the first places I wanted to go to with the airship. Because that's, basically the best gear in the game. Not all the best gear in the game, but a good chunk of it. Let's cast Extinction some more. There are still more spells. Ooh, almost dead. That Ankylo. Whew. That Ankylo. We do have level 7 magic unlocked, so maybe we just go buy some level 7 spells. This is actually the town of Gaia. See, she's a real place. Let's see here. Level 7 magic. Blizzaga. Break. Enchant. That's a different spell. Alright, Jarrell. See you later. 1,000 needles? That's pretty cool. Man, this class is pretty busted. We don't get very much white magic, but we don't need it. Like, as armored as a fighter, but as strong as a black mage with some white magic. It's kind of how this class seems to feel. Oh, there's crystal armor available. We just can't equip it. Dragon mail, usually you can find in the second last dungeon. Crystal shield is usually in unmodded GBA FF1. The crystal armor is the best for the knights. Protect rings are usually good. Let me double check that. We are wearing garbage for rings. So the protect ring gives you death, paralysis, and sleep protection. I can get death from my shield right now. Obviously, because we can equip the Genji armor, it's better for defense. The Genji gauntlet. Gloves. Usually protect ring is a no-brainer, but it might not be ours. Alright, bunch of good stuff there. And then weapons. Oh, wizard staff. Yeah, I want to check this. Anything that gives me intelligence, because the flame staff kind of sucks as far as, like, using it. It's not like a good spell casting weapon or anything. Battle mage. Okay, so there's just unsorted. Looking for wizard staff. So the flame staff is what I'm currently using. 5 intelligence. Can cast fire 1. Woo. Wizard staff. 5 intelligence. Same thing. Cast blind. That's not that good either. It does have more base damage at least. It's probably not worth 50,000 gold. It doesn't seem that powerful. Alternatively, we can equip lots of really strong swords, like Sunblades and stuff like that. The Sunblade is pretty high up here, isn't it? Yeah, 50 attack. But what I want is something with, like, intelligence. So, like, the Murasame, we can't equip, but has intelligence. Deathbringer, we can equip. So if we can find the Deathbringer, that's like maybe our ultimate weapon. Although Judgment Staff has even more intelligence. And we can equip it. And it casts a level 2 spell, which is actually useful. So yeah, Judgment Staff might be the best for us if we can find it. The Enhancer is also a little better, because more intelligence. Okay. I'm not going to worry about spending money on weapons right now. Just good to know. Hey, the basic staff actually gave you intelligence, which makes your low-level, like, fire ice spells a little better. That's cool. Didn't notice that. Anyway, yeah, you know, money's tight. There's all the tonics here, so you can use these to buff your way through any boss as well. Just temporary stat bonuses for the fight. But the story, I haven't been talking about the plot very much. We bought a ferry to release a ferry to get Oxyale so we can go underwater. That's about that. I will get Blizzaga for now, because the other level 7 white magic, I can't even use it. There is some level 8 magic here. We can't learn this. Oh, it's not here. It's at the other town. Okay. Usually it's here. Oh, but this is... I didn't even notice this. In the modded balance, you can just buy all these casting items. So, in theory, for 800 gold, we can cast any level 3 elemental spell. And haste is really good, although it's expensive. Good plot summary. You know, elements go bad. Heroes get crystals, save world. GG. Also, there's some time travel. And then all the white magic. Why is there a time loop? Well, yeah, that is the question, isn't it? I think it gets covered. There's actually a game I didn't play because it's modern and, you know, whatever. It's like came out on like the PlayStation 4 or 5 or whatever. It's Final Fantasy something something. It's like a Dark Souls-y sort of version of it. They replay Final Fantasy, except it's before Final Fantasy 1, and it's like Garland's origin story. And I think they get into a bit of how Chaos started a time loop in there, I think. But I'm not sure it's canonical. Anyway, buying all those null spells, not very important. Anyway, interesting. Still learning about this mod, honestly. There's a lot of nuance. I think the mod balance is good. I just wish they toned down like the enemy status afflictions a bit. I think it's just the formula. Whatever your magic resistance is, eventually you don't have to worry about it very much. But early game, it's just so frustrating to get constantly paralyzed, put to sleep, blinded, silenced, stoned, you know, all this stuff. It just never stops. Let's get some... Is there any reason to do the dragon thing? We can't promote. You must get some stats or something for doing the Trial of Ordeals. Usually you do Ordeals before you... Like, you get promoted now before you go to the final dungeon. Or the water dungeon. The final dungeons is what I'm trying to say. Come on, dragon. And, like, you can't equip the best gear. You can't learn the highest level spells until you're promoted. So you're incentivized right now to get that done. Also, I can't land on this airship. Airship! What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! Surely I'm pressing it for different amounts of time. Just a second. Turbo. I didn't set up a shortcut key for it. Turn off. There. I'm not playing this game at normal speed, but so dumb sometimes. I don't know why emulators do that. It's like they take one input and use it as 4 or 2 or something, so you can never get an odd number of steps. And it's something to do with just the game playing it fast, but it also shouldn't skip inputs, but apparently it does. Yeah, like I can't ever reset. Oh, there we go. I did figure it out. But I came here too early, because this is the promotion, and I'm not ready to be promoted yet. So we gotta go get promoted. Or we gotta go get a rat tail, I guess. Whatever. Is it worth it? I don't know. I should. What I want to try to remember is to. Oh no, red Ankylo's the worst. Get him. We might die, legitimately. It was close. At least we learned something for killing them. Yeah, the red Ankylos are brutal. I think they are lower HP than regular Ankylos in this mod, although that's not normally true. I figure tigers could fall down a hole like that. I don't know if Quake is a very good spell for, like, it does decent damage, but it's also very expensive in terms of MP costs, so I don't know if that's, like, I don't know what makes it worth 32. Like, it's 7 more than Thundaga. I guess you could just check it out. It must have, like, a higher base power or something. It's just, I don't think enemies are weak to it. There must be something that's weak to Earth. Anyway, we're gonna go do our trial here. This is optional dungeon, technically. It's also gonna go very, very quickly because it's a teleporter maze, and it's not a shuffled teleporter maze. These guys slap. We drop Viking axes. Gotta remember to buy more high potions soon. Or just X potions. Usually this is like a pretty short dungeon, but it does have some really nasty encounters in it. We could have done this one as soon as we got the canoe, but it's sequence breaking technically. King Mummy. And you couldn't buy super gear, like, because you get such awesome gear with the airship, you can make this dungeon, like, trivially easily. Well, I say that. This fight, one step up. If you didn't have the protect cloak, those birds, they'll destroy us. Now the nightmares should actually be weak to ice, because they're fire thieves. And so are the birds, actually, yeah. So Blizziga makes this all much easier. Also, Priest Staff? Can't equip it. Must be like White Mage only. Not that you'd usually have Blizziga by the time you get here, but might as well use it if you've got it. Medusa turns you to stone, unless you're protected. Actually, they did more paralyzing in the original game than stoning. Cat Claws, Ice Brand, Protect Ring, all good money. These guys kind of are annoying. I wonder if you can poison that? Pretty garbage damage. Should be like immune to Earth, but you know, it's not like Final Fantasy IV. They don't get flying immunity to Earth. Gauntlets usually cast Lightning 2. But it got nerfed. Now it's only Lightning 1. So, kind of garbage. Maybe if Quake did, like, physical damage, so that, like, it ignored magic defense or something, that might be a way to make it a cool spell. Usually you like magic damage to avoid physical defense, but some enemies have really high magic defense, and if you don't have any physical attacks... Now, I'm going to fight this guy to get out of here. I could just warp out with a bunch of spells, because I have warp. Again, typically you can't have teleportation magic until you finish this dungeon. But, so we'll pretend we have to fight this guy anyway. See how it goes. Insta-death. We should be protected. I think the zombie dragons are very much buffed from vanilla. In vanilla, they don't have any spells or breath attacks or anything. And these guys had way more HP, but we got them. Also, a suspiciously evil amount of gold drops. Alright, so that's done. That was an easy little optional dungeon. Didn't get us a whole lot of value, but a couple levels and some stuff to sell. Getting some nice preemptive strikes. Kind of makes you miss the games that have like ways of reducing or disabling enemy encounters. Obviously FF1 was old, but it's not even like all RPGs have ways of turning them off these days either. A lot of developers are like, no, you must suffer through my random encounters. You must watch the random battles. You cannot skip them. Oh, I went to the wrong. I don't know why I kept thinking it was the left one. Okay, so I want to check, because we're about to get promoted, quote unquote, but we don't actually get anything out of it, so, like, we don't get a promotion. So, do we get stats? The stats I care about would be, like, Intellect 44, or maybe MP 382. You guys let me know if you see any stats go up. I don't think they went up. If something went up, I didn't notice it. It definitely was not Intelligence or MP. I guess if he gave you like magic resistance or something, that might be worth it. I don't know. Usually you get a promotion, but in a mod of balance, I'm actually not 100% sure if there's any reason to do that. But that's done. We're kind of cleaning up our side quests here. There's not too much left. But I will do one more, not really optional dungeon, but maybe Quake should do bonus damage to like large enemies, you know? I think I've seen some games that did that, where Earth Elemental, Earthquake kind of spells were like based on how big the monster was, or maybe it was Pokemon. Was that Pokemon? Did they have attacks that were based on weight? I feel like I remember something like that. Maybe like a fighting move that did that. Ooh, green dragon. These guys are rare encounter normally. You can go through this cave a lot and never see a green dragon. Unfortunately for him, a couple meteors extinctified him as well. Clay golems. I guess at this point I don't really physically attack very often. We've got enough MP and money to pretty easily stay MP'd up and ethered up. Maybe not like crazy forever, but a good amount. This is also where melee units tend to just hold A to win these high fights. Like they just cut through everything pretty quick. If you're a honestly, our damage, they're weak to fire rods. That's the thing. But you know, our melee attacks aren't even bad. Is the thing. Battle mages, I think, might literally be the strongest mod of balance class. I'm not even joking. I know there's a lot of good classes. This might be the strongest one. At least for a solo run, but you know, I've got like 10 more to do if I want to prove that. We can just punch him down anyway. Okay, big fight. This group is often annoying, but I think we're at the point in the game with AoE and decent status protections that nothing to worry about. Wizard staff there. I don't have to buy it. Ribbon. Do I want to equip that? It'll drop my intelligence. This makes me mostly immune to statuses. I think we're going to go with the ribbon for now. It's just too good. Now, it did get nerfed a bit. It doesn't give all elemental protection like it used to. Can we equip the defender? We can equip the defender. That's a really good sword, too. Usually fighter only. Or promoted fighter only, really. You can use this to cast... I think in the mod, it's protect rather than blink. But it's another spell that we don't need to learn, so we could change it. Okay. Level 41, 2 more levels from a quick dungeon. Oh, I ran out of MP. I used the wrong healing item there. That's wrong way, I guess. I meant to do a tent. Looks like tent's 150 MP. That's a pretty good deal. They're cheap. In vanilla, the only way to recover MP on the overworld is a house. They're 3,000 gold. Way more expensive. Not counting towns. So another town. Yeah, now we can buy X potions. Full heal. And also better MP recovery for bosses. Yeah, I'm getting some good stuff here. What happened to the magic? Usually these are level 7 magic, so what happened to these? Oh, just... Wow. Wow. When I did my test run with my solo knight, I forgot that these sold weapons. I thought they would be magic, so I didn't check them. So Judgment Staff in the Dawn of Souls FF1 gives you green stuff. We can't equip it. It lets you cast, like, Flare or Nuke. Wow. Aegis Shield for sale. Now, we can get a free Mjolnir / Thor's Hammer. I know where they are. Or I know where one is. I know where light axes are. We got a defender. Wow, wow, wow. There's so much stuff to buy. I didn't check the black robe either. Something I didn't expect to get for a while. Okay, let me check. What spell does the Judgment Staff give us? Blizzara, 10 intelligence, yeah. It shouldn't drop anywhere. Should not be in any chests outside of the bonus dungeons. So I think other than melee damage, that's as good as it gets. Goodbye, money. It's a pretty big upgrade. And our damage isn't even bad. 4 times 70 is not a weak hit. What element did it do on... Like, just... I normally don't melee attack with my black mages, so... What damage type are we looking at? Judgment Staff. This is Deadly versus Dragons and Evil. Interesting. And we can cast Ice 2 for free. It's also Ice element. So anything weak to Ice, Dragon effect, or Evil effect takes bonus. That's cool. Okay, well, what else do I have? This is feeling pretty nice. Let's see how much money I can scrounge up. I don't think there's any reason to hold on to the Flame Staff. Completely obsolete. I'll keep the Wizard's Hat. Wizard's Staff, also pretty much garbage at this point. Gauntlets is just Lightning 1, garbage. Ice. Cat Claws do nothing. We might be able to use the Priest Staff to heal. I'll have to double check. So I think we're gonna go Genji armor rather than like wizard armor. Like, we're actually going heavy armor because that's what battle mages do. Unless the black robe does something really good. Usually it's Ice 2, but clearly it won't be anymore. Armor. Black robe. Just Blizzard 1? Garbage. It does have some good resistances. But if we're going Genji armor anyway, I want that intelligence. Yeah. So not that good? Okay. I guess I should go buy my Genji armor then. What am I missing? I mean, I could try to get Genji, a full Genji set. I can't afford it right now, but... Unfortunately, we're overlapping a lot of different resistances, and without really paying close attention to which armor gives what, it'll be easy to mix up, like to forget. And miss something that's key. 150, not very good. Oh, we're gonna die if I don't get out of here. Save the game, please. Yeah, I think I go for Genji armor. It's a big boost to strength, intelligence, defense. I know it's got more statuses. I kind of think the full Genji armor set will have all of the protections I want. I'm assuming the modders and developers kind of knew, like they built it that way is what I was thinking. Quake's a good FPS though. I haven't played Quake in a long time. I definitely played old school Quake a lot. And then all FPSs became Call of Duty clones and I stopped. I haven't played a lot of FPS in a while, actually. Science up here for a second. What does the priest staff do? Feels 59. Useless. It's a potion. It's a never-ending potion. We get, I think that's the protect spell. Ice 2 at least is pretty strong for free. Yeah. At least I have probably the best offensive staff there is. Spellcasting staff. Not as crazy good as, you know, like in the vanilla game when you get the judgment staff, you don't get that till like the 4th bonus dungeon right near the end of the game. I think you have to kill one of the super bosses to get it. And yeah, it means you can cast nuke every turn basically. You could get 4 of them, I think. You just have to do the final, you have to do the bonus dungeon 4 times to get 1 each time for killing the boss. And yeah, you can kind of steamroll everything at that point, but looks like we're not going to cast nuke for free. But Ice 2 for free, still not bad. I mean, we can do way more damage with like Thundega and stuff, but Sea Trolls. Alright, so Sea Shrine, or Sunken Shrine, whatever you want to call this place. Do I want to do all the looting? I guess it's not too bad. These fights you can't run from, and they suck if you don't have any AoE. But we have AoE, so most of the fights aren't too bad. We are assumedly immune to most statuses, and our actual physical defense, 73 defense, is insane. That's actually higher than vanilla, like NES knights can get. So our damage absorption is literally better than a vanilla knight with best endgame armor. Now, Mata Balance is harder than that in terms of damage output and stuff, but still. These sharks are pretty tough. Like, we're still taking damage. You know, they're still hitting us for 60, 70 damage, but we're not. I guess like this run, crystal armor. Even that is upgraded. We can't use crystal. Only the pure knights can use that, I guess. We can certainly sell it at least. Kenpogi is for black belts, I think. Yeah, I guess I don't get the pure mage run here by doing a solo battle mage. I forgot just how much equipment they could actually equip. I was thinking I wanted to do a more magey run than a fightery run. But at the end of the day, this turned into pretty strong. This should be not as good as Holy Water, I don't think. Very nearly dead. Yeah, ghosts are pretty dangerous. Now, I don't know why ghosts are that strong. That's always been a mystery for me. I think it's because D&D ghosts possess you. They don't really do much damage normally, but they tend to possess characters. And if you were able to, although their saving throws pretty low, but if they were able to possess high-level heroes, you could hit each other for a lot of damage in theory. I think is my best guess, because otherwise there aren't really any undead incorporeal that should do anywhere near as much damage output as Ghost can. It's always been kind of a strange one for me to figure out in FF1, like what D&D creature are they from? Because D&D ghosts not that strong. All right, mermaid floor. Say hello to the mermaids. Free Minerva's robe. That's worth some money. So we have to come to this floor to get a slab for story purposes. It's the only way to translate crazy old weird language. And they won't give you the important MacGuffin without being able to speak to you. So got to go resurrect a dead language to continue your story. I am still, I think I've talked about this before on the channel. I am still slowly working on a 5th edition module using this game as the base, because it's so close to original D&D anyway. It's not like you want to like modernize it so it's not like a video game 1st edition style where you just fight like crazy forever, but I think it'd make a pretty cool module. No, campaign, whatever, but yeah. It's just, you know, time. And finding the right group for it is always tricky too, of course. Maybe one day. Alright, we're gonna buy a bunch of X potions. X marks the spot potions. Gonna buy a few turbo ethers. Well, I'm gonna buy what I can afford. Because I might need them to beat the Kraken. We'll see. I don't think the Kraken's gonna be super difficult. Also, I could sell some more gear, but we'll save that for once I'm done the second train. I did miss a couple little rooms here. Hold on. I'm starting to think our damage output isn't super awesome. I remember when I was the knight around this point in the game, and I was one-shotting everything 100% of the time. There was nothing we could punch that wouldn't just die instantly. So our AoE is not, like, guaranteed to kill the whole group. I mean, if they're weak to it, like, this should work, I think. Still doesn't get a full sweep. I thought we'd be speeding up to the end game, but I gotta get my level 8 spells, I guess. I gotta get whatever the version of nuke we can get is. I could have gotten it by now. I could go get it right now, but I'll finish this dungeon while we're here. And most things are weak to lightning anyway, so it's fine. It's another time where usually you'd have gauntlets that can cast lightning 2 for free. So you'd save a lot of magic in this dungeon. You wouldn't have to spend NP here, basically. Am I dead? Not dead yet. That was close. We haven't had too many deaths recently. Actually, I think overall I've had far fewer resets than my night run. But we're not done yet. But the knight really struggled early on to status effects. We did a little bit, but not as bad, I don't think. And it is definitely possible that our magic resistance gets high enough that we don't even really care about status protection. We just want half damage from elements for the final bosses. As long as I use the right spell, these groups go down pretty quick. Garbage loot. I always remember being so annoyed by those ones. Welcome to the second last of the Fiend dungeons. Here's your $100. Enjoy. Don't spend it all in one place now. I think it costs more to go to the inn than those treasure chests give you. I spy with my other eye. I think they have kind of low defense, so punching those guys might still make sense. Okay, this is the floor that has some treasure on it. We want to pick this stuff up. Probably. I mean, I do need more money. We're not done yet. That's one thing the knight didn't have to worry about. By this point in the game, money was nothing. Much less stuff to buy. Eef. Gross. Birds. Also, why are there 9 birds underwater? The Giant's Glove lets you cast Saber, although it's probably the enchant spell in this one. So that's another spell we probably don't need to bother picking up. Yeah, 2 hits here is fine. Especially if they can't stun us. Are we up to, what's that, 4 attacks now? Yeah, 4 times 75, not bad. This is officially the Sharknado room, because this tile can have sharks and water that looks like a tornado. 800 damage Thundaga, though. Whew. Sometimes it rolls real good. I guess you can technically avoid that tile. In NES, you cannot avoid that tile. Alright, that's it. We're at the bottom of this friggin' dungeon already. It goes fast. Now that we're not getting stun locked on every second fight. I mean, I generally find the water shrine wasn't too bad. Like, that's one of those things in vanilla that's true. Everyone hates Earth, Ice, Marsh because it's full of undead that paralyze you. Once you get past those dungeons, sure, there's still some difficulties, but... oh, what did I go down here? It's one of those dead ends. But once you're past, like, the paralyzed status effect dungeons, they're usually not too bad. Like, the volcano has the paralysis that can kill you, but not too many stun lockers other than that. And then, like, the water dungeon, I mean, there's stuff that can hit hard. The ghost will tear you up. But, there's not too much paralyzing or sleeping, I don't think. I feel like I very rarely would have had a wipe in this dungeon playing vanilla. I mean, the Kraken can kill you. And the ghost can kill you. But other than that, you just kind of get, like, attrition down by unrunnable Sahagin packs that are just annoying more than deadly. Sea scorpions, not as bad as regular scorpions for the time you fight them. Most of these things are just runnable, so you don't even have to worry about them. And then, oh boy, you're here. Alright. Any risk? I mean, the Kraken can punch hard. It doesn't do a lot of magic. Bonus content? It depends on how it goes, how long it takes. I generally don't do the challenge dungeons on a solo run because they're really not designed for it. Blink, blink. Try not to get murdered. Let's see what Thundaga does here. 800, that's pretty good. We'll just lightning this guy to death. 700 damage per lightning bolt. If he fails his saving throw, at least. Okay, that was a pretty bad roll, but... Okay, come on, come on. He's got to be nearly dead. How much HP did this mod give this guy? Now, I could go for, like, a slow... I don't know how often that's going to hit, but that's just X potion. I think you can get him with status effects, and if he is slowed, he's done. Like, that's it. He's done. So that was 2 tries. Instead of getting 8 punches... I could have just finished him off. But yeah, that slow is always a good way to kill the Kraken if you can get it. Hey, that might be a rare drop. Holy Gloves, I think, are super duper rare in the base game. I don't think we can equip them. I think I don't think I've ever got them legitimately in an unmodded GBA run though. Yeah, we can equip them. We can find out if we can cast a spell off them though. There's nothing else I need to do here right now. We can come back with some money if I want to buy more stuff. Let's just, for fun, science it out a little bit. I could just look it up. Okay, Holy Gloves do nothing. Figures. Alright, well, last sort of fetch, well, first step of the last fetch quest. Learn a new language. At least we're pretty smart. Makes sense. I always thought it was funny when it did like solo monk with 0 intelligence, and he still learned a language in 5 seconds. Must be a really easy language. And then the last stop, although I might have to return for magic later. Actually, let's, I don't know if I can sell items in Lefane, so I probably can't. So let's make sure I get as much money as I need here. So Holy Gloves do me no good. Rare drop from Kraken. We already have a spare ribbon. Giant's Gloves we hold on to. Protect Ring I can buy if I need them. I don't. Crystal Helms we can't equip. Diamond Gloves we don't care. Most of this stuff is garbage, and I think I've got enough money at this point. Trying to hold on to, like, items that can cast cool spells. The Priest Staff you can heal, but really, you can buy, what, 17 X potions for this? 17 full health versus, you know, 50 HP per heal? Whatever, it's not even really comparable. Maybe it's like an AoE heal, so if you had a group, it would be better, but at least for my purposes, most of those items are just not going to help. Alright, now the hardest part. Final challenge. We can't turn the turbo off. It's illegal. I swear it just eats your inputs. Oh, we got it. A secret shop? What secret shop? There's a lot of shops. You mean the caravan shop? In the mod of balance, you could call a lot of stores secret shops. Boom. Yeah, not quite one-shotting zombies. Or at least, not reliably. Ooh. Just finish him? Nice. Yeah, our physical 4 attacks times 77, we're doing alright. Melee damage is okay. We'll probably get a 5th attack before too much longer. Which is kind of insane for a black mage. Alright, that's our last MacGuffin fetch quest kind of thing. While we're here, though, spend the rest of our money on magic. Not surprisingly, can't equip any white magic at level 8. But there's our flare. Oh, we cannot learn flare? Oh, really? Of all the spells? Yeah, caravan shop, you buy the bottle, and then you go back in and you buy, instead of potions and tonics like normal, they've got a bunch of bonus game weapons. But it's not just there. I'll show them off. Now that I'm at the end game, I'll show you guys one more time where all the final weapons are. Dang. I guess we buy Flay. I think I remember Flay doing a lot of single target damage. Is that the only level 8 spell I can get? That I thought battle mages could learn Flare. That stinks. X-Zone sucks. I mean, maybe it doesn't. We'll see. There might only be 2 level 8 spells in this mod. I forget how they... Well, we can just look it up. Seeing as I don't remember. Magic. Version 3, please. Never remembers it. No, there's more stuff. Stop and kill are somewhere. Not that they're very good. X-Zone. Base chance of 32 to kill enemies. Not great. Flare. That's the one we want. Massive damage. We don't get it. Only the Sage and the Arcanist can learn it, sadly. We do have Flay, which is the best single target damage spell, I believe. It's almost as good as Flare. In fact, it scales better. So Flay could do more even than a Flare. But it's Death Elemental, which, you know, can be ignored. Comet was 125, so it's a pretty big power up from Comet for sure. Alright, well, we're just testing stuff out. Forget where the other... Where's the other level 8 shop then? Is it in the bonus dungeons? We'll try some X zones just for fun. Useless. The trouble I always have, this is always the same problem with those spells. They take up a high level slot, they're expensive, they usually cost a lot of MP to cast. They don't reliably kill anything. I mean, Farragut's not quite strong enough right now, but 2 of them will always kill the zombies. 2 of the X zones probably wouldn't. Heck, they might even just be immune to it, because... no, X zone I think counts as time elemental, so most things... It does work, it's just... it does depend on their magic resistance, so if they've got low magic resistance, it's a bit better. Yeah, those guys, I believe, kind of low resistance. But they're also, like, early mid-game enemies, so... Woo! This is mid-late game enemies. Let's see if it works. Well, it worked on them. That's good. I think also very low magic resistance. Alright, so final game, secret shops. Right. I mean, I'm just going to X zone forever, and if it starts killing every group, then I'm going to change my mind. I promise. I'm pretty sure I don't need enchant because I have the Giant's Glove that does the same thing. Oh, they were here. I just didn't notice them. Okay. Sure. We'll take Destroy. We'll take... I mean, there's no choices for level 8 magic. I forgot about that. They were just stuck in here. I don't think we can learn any white magic at this level. No. Not like it matters. There's... The only spell that might be good would be Null Magic, and we can just get an item for it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Petrify or Enchant. I think it's the same as the Giant's Glove, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'll pick it up. But yeah, in this mod, these stores got mega upgraded. So the Gaia, the Onrak magic shops sell weapons and armor. The Gaia weapon and armor shops got a huge upgrade, and the Caravan got a huge upgrade. And those 3 areas basically split all of the endgame bonus content armor. So if you're looking for something really good, it's probably at one of those shops in the mod. Assuming you can afford it anyway. Pretty good stuff. What I will say is these magic shops are also sneakily good too. If you don't have someone who can cast haste, this will make them double attack, which is really good if you're trying to kill chaos. Slow is pretty valuable. All the null elemental spells, you don't need white mages, you can just have them here. Jolt Tonic just revives, you know, and emergency exit's super nice as well. So I'm actually gonna buy a couple of those. I can warp out, but that's a 1 use all the way out, which is faster. If I run out of MP too, that's another way. And then even more stuff. This is what used to be at the Caravan. And then I'll stop by the Caravan and Onrak to finish my shopping trip. And then we pretty much go beat up Tiamat, I guess. I got... All my spells are picked, although I could replace some of the low-level ones. Like, there's other things I could switch around, but this is fine, I think. Although the null spells might not be worth anything. Judgment Staff downgraded to Blizzara rather than Nuke. It's kind of sad. What about, like... Oh, I didn't pick up Petrify. I guess Destroy, if it's just always 1,000 damage. That does work on a lot of things. Just, I like Flare so much. Maybe X Zone will grow on me. But yeah, this is your secret Caravan shop. Mostly stuff from the bonus dungeons. Right, I think I was gonna buy the last Genji thing I didn't have, right? The Protect Cloak, I don't know if it's better or worse, but I'm going full Genji because this is kind of the Battle Mage build. You go heavy armor. Now, do I give up the ribbon for the Genji helmets? I'll buy it. I don't know if this leaves me any status weaknesses. It might. But I also think we're kind of fine because our magic resistance is 174. So the Genji gear does give us like a bunch of intelligence and strength and stuff as well. It's just better overall, even if it doesn't have, you know, ribbon elemental protection. Well, we immediately get silenced. That's not a great start. The ribbon would have probably stopped that. The good news is there's not very much that can silence us. Are we actually dying here because we're silenced and I can't run? That's what I get for unequipping the ribbon. Every time. But there is one last shop that I definitely forgot about. I'd say the X Zone has been working pretty well against most things that are not endgame tier. But then again, like, most of those enemies we could kill with, like, a Firaga or something, right? So yeah, this shop, easy to miss if you're not a mage. More crazy, powerful late-game stuff. Specifically very nice to get Judgment Staffs. You could give one to everybody. If only they could cast Nuke. Yeah, good stuff. And same thing here, even more. I guess I could buy this and then cast Lightning too, but I'll get one for free. All the white mage stuff. Aegis Shield is... let me look this up. It's technically stronger than the Genji shields. And we can equip it. Got the shopping music on while I'm shopping. It's perfect. Battle Mage. Alright. So the Genji shield is giving me Fire, Dark, Paralysis. Aegis shield would be just Stone, Poison, but a bit more defense, more agility or evasion. Actually, like, it would turn out to be 12 more evasion, which is not bad. And 6 defense. I guess I could... No, I don't need to buy it. We'll get one for free. I know where the real Aegis shield is. So anyway, good stuff. And especially if you were building like a weird party where you can't... Like you want duplicates or something. It gives you a way of... you know, having 5 nights... Or 4 nights. 5 nights. But unless you have more than one. Because that's one of the things in vanilla where... If you're playing with a party of... Let's say 3 fighters and 1 thief or something. There's not really enough equipment for all of your fighters. But now you can just buy the rare gear. It's kind of nice. I mean, it's a little bit overpowered. The mod makes it hard enough anyway. It's no big deal. Well, level 8 magic. Still a good get. I just wish it could be better. I should buy some cottages. I forgot about that. I don't remember where they sell them though. Was it Lefane? Or not? Chris. Ooh, over 1,000 damage I saw on that. Did I get 2 luck ups? Nice. Our stats are getting there. just a regular 10. Dang it. So it must have been on rack. There's only one other item shop, I think, that has items. So I have to go back here. I just left. It's fine. We're just grinding. We're just getting some extra levels. Okay, X-Zone is growing on me. It's definitely working more reliably than I expected. Yeah, this is the one I want. Okay, so we want at least some cottages, full heals on the map. We want... I mean, I've got 2 dry ethers. That's enough for, like, Tiamat and Chaos. Turbo ethers are pretty good. Definitely want more X potions for final battle. High potions can be, like, healing on the way down. That's it. Out of money. Well... We can buy most of this stuff if I change my mind. It's not much, but wanted more mana recovery, basically. Alright, let's go kill Tiamat. Should be probably no big deal. We certainly are about as armored up as a wizard has ever been armored up. It is insane to have 96 defense on a basically black wizard. The only thing a black wizard can do that we can't is cast Fled. And we get white magic and all the armor. Oh, okay, here we go. Can I get the spot? There we go. No encounters on the deserts. I like that the Mirage Tower looks big in the GBA version. It's a bit short in the NES version. It doesn't seem quite as big. So I can go pick up the Aegis Shield, the Vorpal Sword, a bunch of stuff we probably won't use, but I do think we probably still need some more experience. I don't think we're ready to fight Chaos. Of course they cast no fire. How much damage is this gonna do? These vampire packs are... like, they're strong normally. In the mod, this is actually very powerful group. I don't know if I'm going to be able to rush these guys down. Well, this is technically why we've got X potions, right? Man, they are hitting hard. They're weak to fire, but, you know, not anymore, right? Vampire Lords. I don't know if I've fought any of these yet. I think this is the first one. They must be nearly dead. Okay. That was way more difficult than I was expecting. Let's not get too overconfident here in this Mirage Tower. Okay, regular Guardians, weak to lightning. I don't have Thunder 2s. Actually, I will in a minute. I just don't have it yet. Healing Helmet, money, 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 Vorpal Swords. Aegis Shields, there you go. That's the top tier shields. Unless you've got the Hero Shield, but I don't think that exists. Alright, one floor complete. This is how I usually do the Mirage Tower. First floor is... like, it doesn't have a lot of stuff, but I did want the Aegis Shield. Like, I don't know if I should equip it. It's just a different set of status protections. Certainly more evasion and defense is nice, though. you know, we're fighting in melee against these enemies. Sure, we don't do a ton of damage, but they barely hit us. Pretty strong to ice, I guess. I guess the robot's probably good against ice. Makes sense. But I should be taking these fights. We shouldn't be running away. I need to... There's no way we kill Chaos yet. As much as, you know, we're very strong. The mod of balance really amps up the final dungeon. Maybe I don't know if it's worth... It takes so long to find the light axe and do the holy attack. It's not that much stronger. It's probably weaker than a Firiga. These guys aren't really weak to any element. Money, money, money. Fighty, fighty, fighty. Yeah, normally, you know, if I was doing a solo run, like on the NES, at this point in the game, we'd probably just be running from everything just to go fast. There's our Mjolnir, Thor's Hammer. Ogre Killer, Big Axe. Sunblade, best Red Wizard weapon. Dragon Mail, best vanilla armor for Foot Knights. But now we've got... Ooh, a Tiger Mask. The Tigers dropped a Tiger Mask. We got Lightning 2 access for free. If you're, there's not a lot of things weak to Lightning 2, and you kind of get it at the end of the game when it doesn't really help you very much. But, I mean, you could use it on the birds. It's not as good in vanilla because it just does like 80 damage, but... You love the random dungeons? Yeah, I like them. They're not as random as you'd think, but yeah, they are. There's a bunch of dungeons in a random order. I guess the treasure is random. Well, even that's not all that random, but it's not like full procedural like some people like, but I think it's good. I think they added a lot of... honestly, I like the Pixel Remaster version a bit more because the music and the graphics are so sweet, but I really am frustrated. Oh, come on, stunlocked here? Don't be like that. I really wish the Pixel Remaster included those bonus dungeons. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of replayability. You know, when this game came out, the GBA version, oh yeah, me and my buddies, we played this to death. Absolutely. It's a bit easy, but other than that, I remember racing through my first run. We were kind of learning how it went, and I remember like being used to the older NES version and just flying through this game with a normal party. And like the amount of experience you get compared to vanilla, or compared to NES, is just insane. Spirit Nag is pretty strong. This is the Scourge or Razor, the what's it called? The Bane Sword. Yeah. Yeah, there's a trap tile. What people really like, if you watch the randomizers and speedruns, the spot they really like in the volcano is actually the Agamas, or the, whatever, fire lizards they're called now. Because they're so easy to kill, and they give good XP. But yeah, the fire dragons, or the red dragon is workable. He just hits a bit harder. And yeah, because you fought, specifically it was like Shinru and Omega from FF5, right? Those guys, oh man. I don't think you could beat them without a white mage, because you had to have the highest level Healagus spell. You just could not heal through their AoEs. There was nothing you could do without that spell, basically. Metal Slimes, basically. Fire damage, good XP. Healing Helmet, Protect Ring, money, money, money. I don't know why. I could just be rushing through to the end right now, I guess, but... I'm also trying to test out this X-Zone spell, because I very rarely use it. So if it reliably kills stuff in this dungeon, definitely a +1 for me. And like I said, we probably want to be level 60, 70 to kill Chaos, so... You know, let's not skip every fight. These Nagas definitely putting up a good fight. I feel like they have pretty good magic resistance. Not good enough. 10,000 XP though. I suppose if I kill everything, I'll have enough money for all the ethers I want. That might be the real thing, is I want a lot of magic recovery for the final dungeon. Because we're going to be relying on the big spells for every fight. Now, technically, we can always go like Haste Temper. Or Haste, was it Giant's Glove? And one of the things the remake did, that was, you might not have noticed, in the NES version, the Saber spell from the Giant's Glove, or the Power Glove, does nothing. It's bugged. But they fixed it. So now you can stack your black belt up to... Wow, they have Cure 4? I didn't know that. Doesn't matter when I do tons of damage, but... you know, you can stack your DPS on your black belt even higher than in the NES version. I think I actually had it roll over into 5 digits one of my runs when I was goofing around. It doesn't display 5 digits, but you know, you can tell. Ooh, this fight might be bad. I don't know if I've got all status protections, so I might go for stop. They shouldn't be strong against time elemental. Oof, only 2 out of 4. That's lame. Let's try some X-Zone, I guess. I don't know if it works on that. Again, 50-50. Probably should have just gone for damage, as always. There's a lot of MP for questionable utility from that fight. Oh, I forgot to get the Excalibur last time, too. I had my Knight. I didn't even go... I don't think the Excalibur actually holds up, because we've got ridiculously overpowered bonus dungeon weapons, but... Death Knight, one of the 2 enemies in the game with the nuke spell. Can I just punch them? Yeah, alright. Evil Eye / Beholders don't have a lot of HP, or at least they shouldn't. There's the last ribbon, or at least the 3rd ribbon, normally. I still think they could kill me with a status effect, but as our levels continue to grow, we have one of the better magic resistances, already nearly 200. There's not going to be a lot of spells that can get through. Although the fact that we can still get silenced, gross. It must be very accurate to still be hitting. Can you beat a war mech? I'll try. The hardest part is often just getting one to show up. I don't know how strong they are in Mod of Balance, though. X-Zone. This is why I don't like you. But yeah, they give you so much XP. If I should put some saves down just in case. You never know. I'm playing a little fast and loose here without saves. There's definitely still enemies that can kill me. But yeah, war mechs are worth a tremendous XP. So given that's the goal, get levels. I'll take them if I can get them. We're almost there. I got a preemptive strike. Right, they've got over 1,000. Dang! Random enemies with over 1,000 HP. It's brutal. And full heal. Like, Kuraja, level 8. Or level 7, I guess. We'll get the Excalibur for no reason. Is there anything else I can do? What about Flay? What does that do these days? That was 1,400 damage, by the way. That's a magic single target attack. And they must have saved that time. I'm not in hiring, thankfully, no. In fact, I try to avoid anything like that. even in the co-op, there's like a membership committee that does intake for new members. I help them with policies and stuff. I do not get involved with actually interviewing and decisions on that kind of stuff. Not my favorite. It's a lot of evil eyes. Okay, Blizziga almost one-shots them. Or reliably one-shots them, so... Unfortunately, without nuke/flare, Blizziga is about as good as we're going to do. At least there's not a whole lot of enemies that are resistant to ice. Other than undead, but we're past that point in the game. Okay, the last room in the spider chamber. Basically just garbage. There's not a whole lot of loot here that, you know... I don't think there's anything left for us to gear ourselves up with. Because... Specifically because we're able to, oh yeah, we're gonna burn those ethers out. That's okay. Because we were able to buy post-game dungeon loot from the stores, it kind of makes picking up treasure worse. Oh, yeah, Gogamira. They changed it to Rios, but those guys are pretty cool. They're usually only in the final dungeon. I don't know, maybe we can excel them. I have no idea. They probably have lots of magic resistance. Not enough. Alright, the last treasure floor of the Sky Castle. I have to say our battle mage is feeling pretty good. Just sort of crushing through this. Mirror plate, that's another special one, isn't it? I don't think we can equip it. Yeah, mirror plate is for some sort of special melee units. Like the melee classes. The fire hydrant survived a blizzard? How dare you? I guess if you're playing vanilla, you get a protect cloak here for the first time for your wizards, which is nice. Assuming you've got the inventory space for it, but it is the best shield slot for normal wizards. Of the two options. Manticores with over 500 HP. Crazy. I think there's only one vanilla enemy with over 500 HP that's not a boss. It's Wormek. No, T-Rex. T-Rex and Wormek. Okay, I'm gonna try to Firaga them before they put their... Dang it. If I die to Vampire Lords... Stunlocked. Yeah. That's why we can't really do a no saves in the dungeons. It's bad enough in the NES version. I guess if I skipped all of the treasure, it would have been fine. I wouldn't have run into that, but I should probably save a bit more often. Because one random encounter can just stunlock me to death still, even at this point. Yeah, I've heard that it's kind of recruitment hell these days for especially youngsters. I mean, it's been rough for a long time. Like, on the application end, you know, a lot of hiring managers just use AI filters and scripts to just, you know, parse through junk to the hiring managers, which is already pretty bad. But now, the people that are applying are doing the same thing, right? So, you've got AI processing with AI distributions, and just, yeah, everyone's wasting time on garbage. They got me with slow. I don't really like fighting Rakshasa. As a general rule, those guys suck for fighting. Not very worth it at any point. What is my opinion on Reno Sinclair? Never heard those two words together before. So, no opinion. Got another level at least. How's my stats looking? 65 intellect. That's getting up there. Although we're still stronger. We cannot get as smart as we are swole. We've been too many push-ups everywhere we go. I wonder if our intellect affects the accuracy of X Zone. I know your intellect affects magic damage, but I don't know if it affects accuracy of statuses. Because that might push it over the edge. Hey, there you go. Edgelord's blade. Usually it's just the katana, but... Okay, zoom. Oh, good, mind flayers. Usually one of the worst things to run into down here, but mostly in NES where they basically are bugged to kill you. They don't even work properly. Okay, so this is the Hall of Destiny, Bridge of Destiny, whatever you want to call it. This is our chance. No luck. Silence, punk. Second encounter, no luck. And boss. Well, I'll still give it a little bit of a try after this. Alright, Tiamat. What do we do? Do we go for the... I don't know if the mod of balance version is still weak to poison, but we... No, it doesn't do insta-death anymore. I would need to take the break spell, which is the other version of poison death. Earth poison killing effect. Why don't we... I don't think I've ever seen this work, but I'll throw a few out for fun. We're X-zoning things. So there was an NES FF1 mod death spell, and I remember like, oh, this is lame. I think it was for like the monk or something. It was like that 5-palm instant death attack. I'm like, lame, lame, lame. I hate instant death. I hate instant death. And then at some point I realized, oh, it works on all bosses. None of them are immune to it, and killed every single boss just like this. Alright, well, you get it. You get what you get. Yeah, the AI applications. I mean, like I said, I sympathize a little because employers have been using AI to sift through applications and weed people out, well, for a long time now. It's just, you know, now the tables have turned and both sides are playing the same game. I can see it being frustrating as the hiring manager are involved, but, you know, what are people supposed to do? I don't know. Let's try for a minute here to get ourselves a Warmac. I don't know what the encounter odds... Hey, look, there's the encounter. It's like the second one. How difficult will the Warmac be? Probably pretty difficult. I don't know. Instant blink. Okay, he only did 100 damage. 200 damage. Okay, let's try to keep our HP maxed out, because I don't know how much he can do. Although it probably doesn't do anything. Maybe 2 protects, I don't know. I'm surprised he hasn't done any nuclears yet. Okay, is that the same animation as the Giant Glove? Or, like, I'm not sure if Giant Glove is technically casting the Temper spell or the Saber spell on this mod. That was a different spell than Enchant. I'm glad I brought all those X potions. We hit for 1,000. We could kill him. I don't know how much HP he's got. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. 8,000 XP? That's about a quarter what it's supposed to be. I swear this guy used to give you like tens of thousands of XP when you're playing solo. So, yeah, we killed him. He wasn't that strong and it wasn't that impressive. Sure. Okay, he's going harder on the nuclear this time. What if I tried to X-Zone him as well? Lame. That spell is stupid. I don't like that spell anymore. It's too good. It went from being too bad to too good instantly. Oh, look, another one. Aren't you supposed to be rare? Okay, now we're getting the bad luck on the X zone. It's just funny that we got him on the first X zone, right? Okay, yeah, I think we're dead this time. Well, just keeps nuking me. What if he tried stop? Oh, we did paralyze him. Nice. I mean, if it works, right? All right. All right, Wind Temple, it's been fun. I will drink my Soma Drop, and I will leave this place. Okay, so what do we need? What do we need to go win the game? I gotta buy some more high potions, maybe some X potions, some more ethers for sure. I should probably try to buy some tonics. Especially Giant's tonics. Very helpful against... Chaos got pumped up so much in the Game Boy Dawn of Souls version here. And then the mod makes it even stronger. So max HP actually really, really good against him. So I think that's what we're going to do. Buy some last round of prizes for the team. For the team. The guy, the man, the David. Totally forgot his name. Sorry, guys. Max HP, yeah. We don't need that much, but we'll buy a bunch. Max MP, no. Temporarily raised attack, sure. Defense, no. Agility, maybe. Okay, now we just go get some ethers. Stupid X zone. As it works closer and closer to like 100%. It's just like, why? Alright, X potions. Make sure we got lots. High potions to heal on the way down, maybe. We've got enough money. I don't think we'll need that many ethers, honestly, but we're good just in case. I'll spend the rest of my money on normal ethers, because I think they're more gold efficient for recovery, just not as turn efficient in battle. But yeah, no, I have some sympathy for hiring. It's tough, but I'm almost always on the side of workers more than employers. Like, I'm very labor, I guess would be the term. And I generally think the employer holds more power and screws over the workers in general. So making it harder on the workers to apply to jobs, I generally care about more than employers having to deal with lots of applications and stuff. It's not good either way, but that's just where my brain goes. Alright, let's go to the final dungeon. We're gonna wrap this guy up. I'm pretty sure Chaos can't stop us. Honestly, this solo run has not been all that bad. Started off a little slow, but once we started getting AoE magic, and it was really like once we started getting some levels. Once our magic resistance got to maybe nearly 100, like 60, 70, 80, getting to 100, suddenly we didn't get stunlocked anymore, or at least not very often. And we started zooming. Alright, let's go back in time. Before we had to worry about AI. Now, I should probably still keep killing stuff on the way down. I still think our level's a bit on the low side. I say that, but it is mostly because we have to fight Chaos. And surely a few more levels wouldn't hurt on the way down. I'm not going to grind, but I'll just X-zone anything as we go down, basically. Seeing as it seems to work always now. What about dragons? Dragons are magic resistant, right? I mean, a little. Stupid X-zone. It's just a spell that I like never normally use, because flare. And here I am forced to use it. And it's pretty dang reliable, isn't it? I mean, it's not killing everything, and I could just melee through a lot of this anyway. I think I remember this fight being kind of tough in the mods. Yeah, that's a pretty tough fight. That's a good start. They're trying the same thing back to me. One more X-zone. Come on. Keep it. Honestly, against Death Eyes, they're got to be about as magic resistance as you can get. We got him. Usually it's just one Phantom, so that's like a mega power-up for the mods. Dry Ether and Elixir, probably worth picking up just because they're like full MP restores. Getting some nice loot drops too. Alright, this is why we have the loot. If you somehow miss the loot, you can't open this. I don't know if you can even miss it in the remake, though. Getting levels up like mad. Ooh, that's a lot of elementals. That's a fun pack. That's a custom formation, not in vanilla at all. All the elementals are represented. And basically deleted. Sure, they're probably resistant to most elements, but X-Zone doesn't care. What about, like, stop? I haven't done a lot of stopping. So, time elemental... Oh, but one turn! See? This is the problem with stunlock. Like, I don't think it works on enemies. They seem to recover, like, instantly, right? If your character has a 1 in 4 chance of recovering from paralyze every turn, the enemies... I don't think it's the same for them, you know. I'll be pretty happy if we can make it through this dungeon without having to reload, though. I would say this is actually, once again, easier than on the NES. Very rare to have a straight run through the Chaos Shrine without any resets. You can't just spam spells like this in the NES version. You gotta run. And there's a lot of unrunnables. Man, that X-Zone. Alright, I'll maybe change my mind a little bit. Ooh, we got evil MP. But we're like halfway through the dungeon, give or take. Maybe a little bit more than half of the walking distance. And probably just punch these guys, yeah. Alright. You guys ready to actually fight some bosses? Some rematches? I am gonna save just so I don't have to rerun. We got 3 level ups on the way down though, that's not bad. Alright, what are we looking at? Yeah, 71 strength, 70 intellect. Dang. I feel like in vanilla Dawn of Souls, not the modded version, I don't think your black wizards get intelligence that high without literally like grinding the intelligence drops. Because I remember like working at that, trying to get max damage flare, and it's hard. Alright. Lich. Get flayed. 787, not that good. 999 on fire, that's pretty good. He is weak to fire still. Here's his nuke. I think we're resistant to time magic like X-Zone. Yeah, he put up a fight. More than normal in vanilla, anyway. Usually you just punch... He's got like 450 HP in the NES version, and he just dies. There's a couple treasure chests on this floor. I'm not going to bother. There's Merilith. So dumb. The Fiend refight should be immune to instant death. That's so dumb. New challenge, only use insta-death. There's not really any low-level spells like that, though, so you wouldn't be able to start the challenge till pretty late. Wonder if there's any games that give you some sort of status kill type thing early on, enough that you could do in a whole run like that. Also, I don't think you could do this in vanilla. You can have over 1,000 HP now. I think it was 999 in Dawn of Souls. I know for sure NES, but in battle you could go over 3 digits, but I don't think you could get over... I don't think you'd have 4 digits in the main menu. I could be wrong, but I think it capped you to 999, you know, out of battle. Hey there, Kraken. Well, seeing as your sister, brother, I don't know. Merilith is probably a girl. Oh no, it's not gonna work! No! I mean, I'm just being silly, obviously. We could blink up. Yeah. I don't know what the odds are, but good enough that you could probably nearly rely on it, basically. If I put like 1 or 2 blinks up first, I think I could have 100% X-zoned him every time. It's pretty funny. But the real question is, can we do that to Chaos? If I do manage to pull that off to Chaos, I will reload and fight him for real. And it would be, I would consider a oversight on the modder if the accuracy of the spell is high enough to kill Chaos. One, two, 1 out of 2. Now, it doesn't mean it's 50%, but it took like 3 hits on... So, like, it was 1 out of 1 against Carrie, 1 out of 3 against Kraken, and 1 out of 2 against Tiamat. Which makes it sound like the odds are actually pretty good. There are still monsters on this final floor, unlike vanilla. So careful down here, because some of these are also, seeing as Robert, you're talking about the bonus dungeon monsters. These are all monsters from the bonus dungeon, and yeah, these guys are no joke. But are they a joke? Oof! Oof! They hit me! They hit me! Get off me! Oh, we're slowed. I can't... Oh, they got me with insta-death! Well... Oh, I forgot to save. I didn't. Okay, that's fine. We'll continue our stats. That's 2 out of 4. Let's actually save this time. Funny how the only thing that could kill me was the bonus dungeon alternate monsters. I mean, maybe if I wasn't X-zoning, we would have been fine. But they did hit me with insta-death, so... I think they dispelled or X-ferred my, my status protection. Dang, these guys are tanky. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with the bonus game, or the end game, whatever, the bonus dungeon monsters. A lot of them are rare, and you just don't see them very often. Or you're just so overpowered that you never really get to try it out. But I know a lot of the bestiary I never filled up because they're just really rare encounters. And if these are a bunch of rare encounters that I've never seen before, I don't know, how tough is a mage chimera? Plus, this mod changes all that stuff, right? These guys are, kind of crazy overpowered, by the way. I have 100 defense, you know. It's not like I'm low. I'm not like a random mage with no defense. That's 102 defense. Literally, like, 35 points more than you can get in vanilla FF1. I think the developer just expects you to always be saving like that after each fight. It just feels like that's kind of the intentional design here. I don't love it. Alright. You've traveled back through time to kick your butt. Ban X-Zone? Well, you only get it at the end of the game. There's not a ton of challenge at this point, but this is for science. If this works, it's hilarious. I will still reload. That's a 1. That's a 2. 3. Dead. Alright, that makes more sense. Let's put defenses on, because he hit me for over 1,000 damage. I have a feeling this fight will still be very difficult. I just want to give a few more X zones for science. Alright, we got blink. We'll do double blink. Oof, yeah, that's a lot of damage. He hits hard. This is why I wanted those giant potions. Because I really need more max HP. Yeah, he heals himself a lot too. Let's get like 2,000 HP and then I should be able to... he's tempering himself too? That's not fair. I'll feel fairly safe with over 2,000. Oof, he still does a lot of damage. Let me put a couple protects on, although I don't know if any of this does it. He still hits me for 1,000. Oh, man. He could still hit me for over 1,000 twice in a row and I'd be dead. I think we've tested this out in a variety of the remakes. Chaos does seem to just ignore your defense and evasion quite a lot. Unlike the NES version, where you could eventually mostly become immune to hits. I don't know if I've got null all the elements, so I'm just putting them on. His big annoying attacks ignore their non-elemental damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter, but... I have the buffs, I might as well put them up. Alright, now let's see if I can pull off an X-Zone. I should have a bit of time now. So that's like the 4th attempt. 5th attempt. If I can't get him around 10-ish, then he'll say he must be pretty resistant. Was that 6, I think? Better heal, though. That's 7. 8 coming up. Starting to think he's probably, if not immune, pretty dang resistant. That's like 9. I think I'll do 12 just for fun. We'll say that's number 10, I think. Do 2 more. If I don't hit, then I'll I'll believe that he's nearly immune, if not immune, to X-Zone, which is fine. Alright, good for him. What about some other spells, like Stop? I actually think he is supposed to resist Time Elemental, so he should be good against all these things. That's really the thing, is that the Elemental of X-Zone and Stop are Time, and apparently no other boss is immune to Time except Chaos. Alright, let's get ourselves built up. Haste, Temper, Enchant. I don't even know how these stack, really, but Enchant more. X Potion. He's just gonna keep healing himself and stuff. Giant's Glove. I don't know if, again, I hope they stack. I don't know for sure. I'll do 3 Giant's Gloves. Hopefully they work like that. And then we'll see how much damage we can do. Because we're not like a huge melee damage dealer. But we might be now. Yeah, 2400 damage. Pretty solid. I don't know how much HP he's got in this version, but I think we got him. It really is the Giant's Tonics. If I still had like 800 max HP, this would be a very tough fight, because I'd have to heal after like every attack. The Giant's Tonic really raises the limit, and then with infinite X potions, I mean, how does he ever beat me, right? Unless he can do something tricky. I guess his Earthquake could get me once in a while. I don't know what the odds of the Earthquake breaking through my resistances are, but... There we go, we got him. No problem. So, with all the buffing offensive spells, a bunch of defensive spells, X potions, Giant's Tonics, I don't think any solo challenge will be stopped by Chaos. Some of them will be definitely a lot harder than others. But I think the potions, like the tonics, basically make it possible for anyone. And purchasable X potions, because that's often the problem, is like it's like a DPS race, and if you can't do enough damage, and he obviously has like 20,000 health, if you can't kill him before you run out of your own healing, you're dead. Now, white mages will have Curaja, they'll be okay, but other people basically need X potions to keep those fights going, because the boss has got so much. That's one of the problems with solo NES runs. You cannot really heal during the final fight. The best you can do is chug a potion for like 25 health. So you basically have to rush him down unless you're a white mage. And there's a limited number of time. On the other hand, NES version, if you use the defense sword twice or 3 times, he can't hit you. So you're just running through the nukes and the tornadoes and stuff. Now play as Chaos? I don't know. Isn't that just like chat control? But there you go. So that's a full stream of a solo battle mage. Now I have a feeling the battle mage might be one of the easiest ones for the mod of balance. I might try some other ones out. I'm not sure I'll stream them all. There's too many to stream every single one. There's probably not that much difference between each of them. But the battle mage had really good armor, the option of good weapons if you wanted them, and obviously almost every black spell in the game. Only thing we missed out on was Flare, and obviously we didn't need it that much. So that is that. Bam. I think if I were to look at the other classes at just a quick glance here before we wrap up for today, I'll give you my opinion on how hard these would be. So, from what I remember, Paladin's going to be easy. Paladin is basically like the Knight. Not quite as offensive-minded, but they get healing spells and defensive buff spells, and they can wear all the best weapons. So Knight and Paladin are pretty much the same, except the Paladin gets some white magic. No problem. I'm fairly confident... I can't remember which one is which. There's a monk and a master. One of them has, like, support spells a bit, and the other is pure DPS.
the DPS one will be absolutely fine because you can buy Hermes sandals. You can give him haste without casting haste spell. You can use the tonics and stuff. Basically any melee bruiser 100% can kill chaos. It's just a matter of how bad is their magic resistance and how hard it is to get there. The battle mage had a lot of magic resistance, which made the mid game a lot easier. I think the hardest class might be the sage, because the sage gets basically no armor and weapons, and they're very frail. Now, the magic resistance will get them eventually, but I think they have maybe the hardest early game, or maybe one of the white mages, the pure support. I believe the priest is like a default white mage that can equip some armor and stuff. I think both enchanter and priest can equip a fair amount of weapons and armor anyway. But one of them gets mostly buffing spells, and the other one gets like the full set of white magic. I think the enchanter... I don't know, the archmage is like the pure black wizard. Less armor, but higher intelligence and stuff. I don't know. I don't think any of them would have too much of a hard time. I'm not sure about the rogue and the ninja, but the high agility does give them a lot of attacks, and they tend to dodge and stuff. Evasion is probably better than defense, so... because then you're not getting hit, you're not getting stun touched. I don't know, I'll probably try like an evasion build, a white mage build, and maybe a monk build, just to see how it goes, but... I have a feeling it's not going to be too much difference. The early game will be tricky. Different early game, like, basically getting through Astos and Lich is probably the challenge. And then after that, you can probably run your way through, get the airship, buy the tonics, and then, you know, any challenge you can just potion your way through if you have to. So that's my thinking anyway. Yeah, the sage is the glass cannon for sure, so probably the hardest one. But I really think the magic resistance is enough to carry you a lot, because the hardest one might just be whoever has the lowest magic resistance. And that might be one of the black belts. If they have, like, literally no magic resistance, you can't really see it on this screen. I guess we could... just want to see... I don't know, rogues might be kind of low. Monk maybe low on magic resistance. Ninjas, maybe. Just real quick, I want to see what their starting resistances are, because you can probably figure out the hardest one from that. 20 magic resistance. There's the monk with 12. Alright, I bet you the monk has the hardest time. I think he can kill chaos super easy, because they scale the best at the late game. But I bet you they are always getting put to sleep, stoned, paralyzed, just like crazy. They also don't even like wearing armor, so they don't like getting status protection armor very much. Yeah, I bet you the monk is the hardest one, because there's so many enemies with sleep touch, paralyzed touch, death touch, stone touch, all that kind of stuff. This mod goes really hard on the status afflictions, and I think the worst resistance is probably the one that's going to have the hardest time. And they've got no AoE to sweep. I bet you this would be harder than the Sage. I might have to test it out, maybe just on my own, but if it is possible, I might stream it. We'll see. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream here. It's been fun. Nice to do a Final Fantasy again. I got to get ready for my dumb night meeting. It's just a building committee meeting, but there's always dumb stuff to work on. One of our lovely members is probably fake dumping water on their carpet to say it's always wet and that they need new carpet. And we sent the plumbers to find leaks. There's no leaks. We found, like, we're doing all the investigations to try to figure out how the water is getting into their unit, and there's nothing. The property manager is like, oh, maybe it only comes through the roof when there's rain. And I'm like, we just had a roof inspection. We just had the roof replaced. Like, boy, if that's the problem, that'll be bullshit. But, like, nobody else has any water in their unit. It's just this one member, and they're, like, kind of seems like they're screwing around. Maybe they just destroying their own carpet to try to force it to get a new one. It's starting to look really suspicious. So that's the fun we get to deal with tonight, and some other junk, too. 72-hour blue stream, just a stream of a wall. I don't think I could. I don't think I could stay awake for 72 hours. Even 24 is rough these days. But yeah, thanks for watching, folks. Hope you enjoyed the live stream, the FF run. I think I will probably go back to XCOM at some point because I want to finish it off. I don't want to leave it unfinished, but you know, it's in a bit of a rough spot. Have Ankyles go after them? Yeah, maybe. But for now, I'm gonna call this a stream, and I will see you guys next time. Have a great day / night, and I'll see you next one.